Hello! Welcome in, everybody. Happy Sunday. Look at me. Look at me. 2 streams in a row. Who is she? Who is she? 2 streams in a row without missing any? Who is she? Hello, everybody. Tori, hello. Horseman, hello. Wolfie, hello. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Oh, yeah, I opened this to look at what I was doing. Okay, so I can do... So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 7 more loyalty quests. And then like a bunch of side quests. Well, not even really a lot of side quests, but like there's a few side quests in here. And like I don't really care about Zaid, and I don't really care about Jacob. So like I don't really care. So I guess we can do Mordens. I guess we can do Garrus because everyone's all like got a hard on for Garrus. We can do Tallies because we love Tali. Loving the braid. Oh, thank you. It's literally only because I got out of the shower and my hair was starting to like get a little frizzy, and I was like, you need to chill. You guys need to chill. And I saw this also, I was watching a stream and I saw this girl and she had her hair like in really long braids, and I was like, oh, that looks so cute. And I was jealous because I keep cutting my hair. All right, what is this doing? Mission out of friend zone. I know. No, I don't know if I can even like. They're already loyal to me, so I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know how to get out of the friend zone. Okay. Where does this go? Search for the hammerhead prototype and signs of Doctor's case in Oloy. Should we just side quest tonight and like kind of just get some stuff? The Batarian outpost on Arathot. Let's go. I don't know. Which one should we do? These are okay. So we have 1, 2. So we have 3 on Omega. So I guess we'll go back to Omega. Yeah. All right. So we'll go back to Omega temporarily. Let's see if I can remember where this is. Oh, this is Omega. We're here. Why is this so extra? Just land. Okay. So, see how they have the little red things underneath them? That means they're loyal to me. So I honestly, like, I think I'm just gonna keep my gal pal squad here. I really just like the 2 of them. Oh, I have 4 points. Okay, so reduces power charging time and increases Paragon and Renegade scores. Yeah. That one. Nice. He looked like he was in a good mood. He's very goofy. He's very goofy. Some of his teeth have just fallen out. Over like the past couple years, because he's like, I don't know, he's like 12 years old now. So sometimes he'll like do stuff and he'll be like all goofy, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you have like all of your teeth missing. All right, so it said to go to the Elcor merchant about his treatment. Wait, aren't the Elcor like the tall ones? Grandpa, I know, poor boy. He's such a good boy. You weren't around, Horseman. I don't think you were around when Gigi was still here, which she was my life. She was the love of my life, my Yorkie. She passed away a year ago, and she was so sassy, and she like always needed attention, and she was just so like she had so much personality and so much life. And then like Jack has personality for sure, but Jack is so just content, like just being around. Like he's so content just like being like curled up in bed next to you, or like he's literally like sleeping in his dog bed like right here on the floor next to me. Like he's just so content just like existing in your like general area. Like he's just so happy just like being. So he's so different. It's so funny.
Over there.
Suspicious. If I had made such a deal, I would certainly not be inclined to discuss it. Accusatory. I don't understand how it is any concern of yours.
Leave them alone.
What if you and I make a deal? You let him set his own prices, and I won't break your legs.
With barely contained terror, you drive a hard
That's
bargain.
so funny.
I haven't even
With
started.
barely contained terror.
Very well. I will release the Quarian from his promise.
I think these guys are very funny.
To show there is no ill will, I offer you a discount on my own wares.
Because he's very funny because he's monotone, so he has to tell you what like feeling he's feeling when he says it.
What kinds of things do
all
you
the pics
sell
and even
here?
the video of the farm tour, he's so
All
just happy
kinds,
being around.
mostly
Like he's just
legitimate. With
I've never
pride,
met a dog
my
just like
prices
so
are the
content with
lowest
being
anywhere
alive
on the station.
as he is.
You
Like
won't
he's just
find salvage cheaper than mine.
I have
he
things to
just
do.
does his thing.
Courteously, have a fine day. Take a
Very
look
cute.
at my kiosk if you want.
Especially
to
because
buy.
like he's a chihuahua, you know, like he's a chihuahua and he's supposed to be like a little crackhead like everyone says. All right, Ken. So where was Ken? Ken's a Quarian. Ken's a Quarian, they said. Ken the Quarian. Ken the Quarian. Ken the Quarian. I've been really feeling honestly same, but with Gigi, like I do love Jack. I love Jack so much, but Gigi was just like Gigi was my girl, you know, like Gigi was like my fucking ride or die. And yeah, I've been feeling that too. I get that. I'm sorry, Wolfie. Like my mom keeps saying that like after Jack passes, like she doesn't want to get another dog. And I'm like, how could you, like how could you want to live like that? Like, how could you want to live life without a dog? That seems so sad. Where is Ken? Ken with 2 N's. Arya has work for me. Of course I'm interested. Hello.
What do you need?
Some guy told me you want to see me.
One scan and we're straight to business. People are usually more concerned about who I am.
Your death was downplayed, but hardly what I call a secret. I had to make sure it was really you. You could have been anyone, anything. Whatever you need will come out on its own. I'm curious, but Omega doesn't really care about you.
Okay, so like why did okay.
Maybe I'll come back later.
Maybe I'll be here.
Well, maybe this NPC shouldn't fucking tell lies.
You want to talk to Arya.
Alright, where's this person I'm missing? To my mom today and telling her what's great on her dog says I get almost all the benefits and none of the bad stuff, but I miss having yeah, I get that. Like, same thing with like my boss's dog. Like I love my boss's dog. She's such a big silly little goofball and I love her so much, but like I do not want to have to take care of her full time. But I like hanging out with her, you know. I like hanging out with the dog. Oh, my nose. I don't know where this dude is, so we're literally just wandering around trying to find a guy named Ken with 2 N's. Wait, is this another? Oh yeah, this is like the club in the club. Yeah, girls, you go. Hello? No, that's fist. Whoa, lag. Nope. Nope. Watching wiener dogs, they're so cute. Wiener dogs are adorable. They're very silly. I'm just... We're looking for a Quarian named Ken. Ken!
I heard you spoke to Harrod. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
At this rate, I'll be off the station in no time.
I could pay your way.
How much do you need to get off Omega?
I still need 1,000 credits to pay my way, but I couldn't let you do that. This is my mistake on my pilgrimage. It's my problem.
Here you go.
Here you go. 1,000 credits. Get out of here.
Thank you. With this, I can finally continue on my pilgrimage. I'm going to buy my ticket right now.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Bye.
again.
You're welcome. Bye. Okay. Next. There was 2 others on Omega. Packages for Ish. Go to Marab's shop on the Citadel. Or Eternity on Ilium. No, he belonged to us forever. Wait, where's Marab's shop? Wait, I'm not on the Citadel. Am I? No, I'm on Omega. What? Hi, Dave. Welcome in. Are you serious? I want a big dog, but I look at the size of my house and the price, right? So I'm like, no, I don't really want a big dog. I've had big dogs, like I've had like labs and like German shepherds before, and like I just like little dogs. I like, they have such funny personalities. They're so silly. Okay, so this one I'm confused. Go to Marab's shop on the Citadel or Eternity on Ilium and find the packages marked for Ish. That was a debate. It's not really on Omega. Return to the bartender and confront him. What? Batarian bartender is poisoning humans and has made a personal attack. Oh, okay. Okay. Going in circles. Excuse me, girls. Excuse me, girls. Becky Burnesque. Ish. Hi, Ish. I need your shit.
Hello again, my friends. Please tell me you have something for me.
I'll have to come back later.
Oh, okay.
Of course. You know where to find me.
I'll forget where to find you, though. Don't worry. Okay, so one of these guys is being a little poison, a little poopy poison Pete here. Which one was it? Was it this bartender? Hello. Okay, not you. He's like, what? Okay, so then do we go to the bar in the bar? The secret bar in the bar?
Where did you get that fantastic new visor? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Harrods. Oh, I love that place. But
I feel like, is it just me? Is this everybody? Like, are Sundays just like really, really quiet on Twitch lately?
Do I know you?
Yeah, poison.
No, humans all look the same. Here, have a drink on the house.
What do you think these people will do when they find out you're poisoning your customers?
Poisoning what now?
This has nothing to do with you.
Who's next? Turians? You don't like them either, right?
Answer the
Holy
damn question,
shit.
Forvan.
You just screamed next door.
I'll leave your corpse for the porch.
Oh.
Not taking any chances.
Thanks. Thanks, guy. Alright, so I guess we've done literally everything on this planet. I really thought that there was 3 missions on this planet, but apparently there was only 2, and they're already done. So, yeah. Oh, did I tell you guys that I got a new monitor? So I'm gonna have to kind of like take my desk apart a little bit. Not take my whole desk apart, but I'm gonna have to like take all of my monitors down and like rearrange them and move them all around. Because my mom got me a new monitor for my birthday / Christmas. And it's a little bit bigger and it's a curved monitor. Oh my god, she's moving up in the world. And it's got it's actually got like a good refresh rate, you know? Fun to go to the space bar. The space bar. Get it? Like on the keyboard. Ladies, you're in the way. No, I already went this way. I'm going the wrong way. I'm trapped. I'm trapped in the space bar. Well, that was a kind of a bummer that I like didn't finish all this when I was here before, I guess.
Come on, let me in.
Bar spot J. This is how you leave. Yeah, my nose.
You've let 10 people in. While
My nose. Hold on, I have to blow my nose. Okay. 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 Let's leave. How do I leave? How do I leave? How do I leave? Wait, isn't this transportation? Transport. Okay, why am I confused? Oh, this way and out. Yeah. Ew, boogies, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a gross, disgusting, sicky poo. Normandy. Hi, Zara. Welcome in. How are you? Also, guys, I started drinking oat milk in my coffee. And I feel a little better. I don't know if it's in my head or not, but you know. You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't gone farming for resources. Okay. Thane, Tally, Garrus, Grunt, and Morden. You get sick a lot lately, dude? I don't know if I'm okay. Probably not. Hi, Franklin. How are you? Zaid, Jacob, Morden. Okay, Morden has Tachenka. Okay. It's the Citadel. Okay. Low on spoons. I need a quiet evening. No problem. I hope you have a good night. Can I have your stuff when you die? Sure. You just have to come here and find it, though. Because I'm not going to tell you where I live. It's like a scavenger hunt. Okay, speak to Tali. They say... What is going on?
Thane
weird.
would like to speak with you, Commander.
That's nice. Jack. Jack. What are you doing? Huh? As I say, how behaved he is, and then he's over there digging in trash. Alright, who am I looking for? Tali is who I'm looking for. Hey! What? You can't just sneak around like that, Jack. You little shit. Okay, that's grunt. Jack! Come on. You're seriously gonna get in trouble. Is this? Yes, this is Tali's.
Shepard, I'm glad you came by. I may need your help. I just received a message from the migrant fleet. The Admiralty Board has accused me of treason. I'm scared.
I'm a bad boy.
Nobody who knows you could believe you'd betray your people, Tali.
I don't know. They don't lay charges like this unless the evidence seems absolute. But thanks. I appreciate your faith in me, Shepard.
Is this the same one?
Nobody who knows you could
okay.
I
believe
don't
you.
know, but thanks.
Okay, so what's next?
I appreciate
What
your
happens
faith.
when a Quarian is accused of treason?
There's a hearing with members of the Admiralty Board acting as judges. My father is an admiral on the board. He'll have to recuse himself from judgment. I can't even imagine what he's thinking right now. The punishment for treason is exile. If they convict me, I can never go back.
I have to sneeze. Why won't I do? I don't know why it won't come out. Yes. I'm playing Will Anybody Love Me, the space version.
So you have no idea why they're accusing you?
None. The specifics of charges like this are rarely discussed on open channels. I won't know any more until I get to the flotilla.
Okay, what else?
What happens if you're convicted?
Like I said, exile. The specifics are up
She
to the
says-
judges. If it's deemed only a tragic mistake in judgment, the guilty party might receive a small ship and supplies. Not that it really matters. Either way, if I'm convicted, I'll never see the migrant fleet again.
Okay, so like, not to be rude, but she like hasn't been on her flotilla in like forever. So she's like already kind of like self-exiled, you know. If their mask changes color based on their mood, that'd be very funny. That would be very funny. Exile's an odd choice.
So no prison and no death penalty?
We don't have the spare resources for
Oh,
long-term
they have
incarceration.
to be a
Monitored
bad
work
boy.
detail is more effective. And we don't have enough people to afford
Who's the
executions.
third leg
An
failing
exile
in a
can
bad
still
boy?
have children, and those children are welcomed back to the fleet.
Come here. This is gonna be hard to play, but lay down. Lay down. Lay down, right there. Ow, you're still standing on my legs, even though there's a blanket there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, let's go find the flotilla.
I was going to book passage on another ship. I didn't think there would be time for you to help. Thank you, Shepard. I'll program the Normandy with the flotilla's current location. The admirals will be waiting for us.
Are you comfortable? Oh yeah, you better get comfortable, okay. Okay. Are you comfortable?
Thane would like to speak with you.
Okay, where do we have to go for Tali's thing? Migrant Fleet in Rahil Leia in the Valhallan. Okay. Okay, the Valhallan threshold. Here we go. The migrant fleet. Decisions you make. Oh, I didn't even get to finish reading. Do I want Jack, I guess? We'll take Jack since we've got Jack here with us. Okay. It's 2 points. There we go. Got 2 points as well. She can't use them, and I have none. Okay. Can you just put your head down?
This is
Can you put your
Talizora
head down?
Vasnima Naraya, requesting permission to dock with the Raya.
Our system has your ship flagged as Cerberus. Verify.
After time adrift among open stars, along tides of light and through shoals of dust, I will return to where I began.
Permission granted. Welcome home, Talizora.
We'd like a security and quarantine team to meet us. Our ship is not clean.
Understood. Approach exterior docking cradle 17.
Jack, can you just put your head down, please?
Captain Shepard, Talizora told me a lot about you. I wish we could be meeting under more pleasant circumstances.
Should I correct him?
Tally helped the Normandy's crew out of many difficult situations.
Buddy, I need you to
I'm
put
here
your
to
head
return the favor.
down, please.
I understand. As the
Put your head
commander
down,
of the vessel
please.
she serves on, your voice carries weight. I wish I could do more to help Tally. The trial requires that I be
Good
officially
boy.
neutral, but I'm
There
here
we
if you
go.
need to talk. They're charging you with bringing active Geth into
Good
the fleet
boy.
as part of a secret project.
That's insane. I never brought active Geth aboard. I only sent parts and pieces.
You sent Geth materials back to the migrant fleet?
Yes, my father was working on a project. He needed the materials. If I sent back something that was only damaged, not permanently inactive, no, I checked everything. I was careful.
Technically, I'm under orders to place Talizora under arrest pending the hearing. So, Tally, you're confined to this ship until this trial is over.
Thank you, Captain.
Preparations got underway as soon as you arrived. The hearing's being held in the Garden Plaza. Good luck. You should speak with
That ain't a
Admiral
mama's
Brown.
boy,
She's waiting
yeah.
for you up ahead.
A little bit. Just wish he would put his head down though, because his
I can't believe
whiskers
they're
are
charging
tickling my.
Talizora.
There we go. Good boy.
Talizora can't even get a
Look,
Quarian
face.
captain to stand for her. She's as good as can be.
Shalaran.
Talizora Vas Normandy. I am glad you came. I could delay them only so long.
Auntie Ron! Shepherd Vas Normandy, this is Admiral Shalaran Vas Tonbe. She's a friend of my father's. Wait, Ron, you called me Vas Normandy.
I'm afraid I did, Tali. The Admiralty Board moved to have you tried under that name, given your departure from the Nima.
Oh.
I take it being associated with a human ship is a bad sign.
They stripped me of my ship name. That's as good as declaring me exiled already.
It's not over yet, Tali. You have friends who still know you as Tali Zora Vasnima. Whatever we must call you legally.
You're an admiral. Does that mean you're one of the judges?
I'm afraid not. My history with Tali and her father forced me to recuse myself.
I imagine father had to do the same.
You'll see inside, Tali. For my part, I moderate and ensure that the rules of protocol are followed, but I have no vote in the judgment.
I guess we should get started.
Just stay where you are.
Does Tali have a defense counselor?
Pointy little
Someone
elbows
who
up.
speaks for her side.
Indeed, she does, Captain Shepard. She is part of your crew now, recognized by Quarian law. And remember, an accused is always represented by his or her ship's captain.
Ouch, Jack. Okay, this
So,
isn't working anymore if you're gonna move around like
speak
that.
for my defense.
I'll do everything in my power to help you, Tali.
Thank you, Shepard. I could not ask for a better counselor.
Our legal rules are simple. There are no legal tricks or political loopholes for you to worry about. Present the truth as best you can. It will have to be enough. Now come. I promised that I would not delay you.
You are stinky. You are stinky boy. I like the teal on Tali. It's really pretty. Yeah, you can give him one. Yeah.
This conclave is brought to order. Blessed are the ancestors who kept us alive, sustained us, and
sorry, I
enabled
sneezed
us
and
to
scared you,
reach
buddy.
this season. Kill us alive.
Yeah.
The accused Tali Zora Vas Normandy has come with her captain to defend herself against a charge of treason.
Objection! A human has no business at a hearing involving such sensitive military matters.
Then you should not have declared Tali crew of the Normandy, Admiral Chorus.
Oh.
By right as Tali's captain, Shepard must stay.
Oh boy.
Objection withdrawn.
Shepard Vas Normandy, your crew member Tali Zora stands accused of treason. Will you speak for her?
If it helps Tali, I will. But in her heart, she remains Tali Zora Vasnima, a proud member of the migrant fleet. I regret that her captain is forbidden to stand at her side today.
Nobody has been forbidden from anything. It is a simple...
Lie to them if you must, Zalcoris, but don't lie to me and expect me to stay silent. The human is right.
Admirals, please. Shepard's willingness to represent Tali Zora in this hearing is appreciated.
You getting
Tali,
comfy?
you're accused of bringing active guests to the migrant fleet. What say you?
Tali would never endanger the migrant fleet. She pleads not guilty.
I left parts and technology for teams to pick up. My father ordered me to do so, but I would never send active guests to the fleet. Everything I sent was disabled and harmless.
Then explain how Geth seized the lab ship where your father was working.
What are you talking about? What happened?
As far as we can tell, Tali, the Geth have killed everyone on the Alarai.
The
Your
fly
father
battle chinchillas.
What?
Hi, Canadian.
Oh,
Welcome in.
Keela.
We need to help. Alright, buddy, you gotta
I
get down.
appreciate the need for this trial, Admirals. But right now, our first concern must be the safety of the migrant fleet. The Normandy stands ready to assist in whatever capacity necessary.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Quarian strike teams
Time
have
with Jack
attempted
is
to retake
over.
the ship, so far without success.
Oh my god, he's already.
Shepard, we have to take back the Alarai.
The safest course would be to simply destroy the ship. But if you are looking for an honorable death instead of exile,
I'm looking for my father, you Boshtet!
You intend to retake the
Boshtet.
Alarai from the Geth? This
Sounds
proposal
like
is
something that like
extremely
Lae'zel
dangerous.
would say in Baldur's Gate.
With your permission, Admirals, yes. The good of the fleet must come first. And Tally needs to find her father.
She's my baby.
And if you
Oh
die
no,
on this
we
worthy
keep Jack
mission,
on our
Tally,
team
we
at
will
all
see that your
times,
name
but
is
no more
cleared of
Jack
these
cuddle
charges.
time.
We can discuss that later.
Hey.
Then it is decided.
Oh, I know.
You will attempt to retake the Alarai. You are hereby given leave to depart the Raya. A shuttle will be waiting at the secondary docking hangar. Be safe, Tally. This hearing will resume upon your return.
Thanks for letting us hang out.
or
Have a
upon
good night. I know,
determination
yeah,
that you
he's
have
in his
been
bed
killed
now.
in action.
He's in his bed now. He can't get under his blanket though. He's having a little crisis.
Thank you for agreeing to take back the Alarai, Shepard. The Admiral sounds sure that my father is already dead, but I don't know. We won't know anything until we get there.
Is there anyone here you want to talk to before we go?
We can talk with the Admirals. It might help us to see what their viewpoints are, but I doubt we'll change anyone's mind by talking to them privately.
How are you holding up? They just threw a lot of fire at you, even before telling you about your father.
I knew this would be bad, but I guess you're never really prepared to be charged with treason. And my father, I don't know. He could still be alive. They don't know for certain that he's dead. I just don't know, Shepard, and I need to find out.
Right, let's go.
Let's go.
Right.
Let's go to the
sooner we get
quesadilla.
to the Alarai, the sooner we'll know what happened.
Tortilla.
The secondary docking hangar is through the conclave chamber where you are now. The shuttle they have provided is unarmed.
Okay.
Understood.
Whatever Geth are on the Alarai have likely built more of themselves.
If anyone can retake the Alarai, Talizora can.
Oh no, I was still listening.
Tally, I'm glad Admiral Rahn got you leave to hit the Alarai. Hopefully you'll find something that clears your name.
I'm more concerned with finding my father, Admiral.
I wish you luck. Blow up some... You got Admiral Corris backing up worse than a Krogan toilet. I'm glad to see Tally's captain knows how to handle a courtroom.
I get the sense you're inclined to believe the defense. I'm glad one of the judges is.
If you were only giving Rail inactive equipment for weapons tests, I've got no problem. We need to test weapons against Geth material. I know you and your father. You put too much of yourselves into this fleet to do anything to jeopardize our safety. And you're both smart enough not to make mistakes like the ones they're saying you made.
Okay.
Sounds
yeah,
like we're dealing with more politics than just Tally bringing back equipment.
You noticed that, did you? Tally's father wasn't just running weapons tests on the Geth for fun. He was looking for something to give us an edge when we attacked the Geth in full-scale war.
I know Father wanted to retake the homeworld someday, but are we that close?
I don't know, kid. We almost had the votes. We just need to give people hope.
Yeah, that's risky,
for
right?
Victory.
I hope the Quarian people find some place to live, Admiral. But it sounds like you're playing with fire.
We're too comfortable now, Shepard. We've got the largest fleet in the galaxy and we just ride
We might
around.
need that fleet to help fight the Reapers.
Then we need a world to shelter our non-combatants while we do it.
Can you tell me about the other admirals?
Liam
Anything that
Neeson?
might help me change their minds about
Not
Tally?
really.
The one you didn't recognize, Tally, is Admiral Zen.
Oh, maybe.
She's on the fence. She takes
But not.
fleet safety
The accent's a
very
little
seriously.
different.
On the other hand,
maybe.
she's always been in favor of studying the Geth. I hope she sees the benefits of Rail's research. Admiral Corris is the same whining suit wetter he always was.
Yeah, see, the accent's just slightly different. But I hear it too, kinda. Liam Neeson is the dad in Fallout 3. It could be him. It could be him with a different accent, but it sounds it's ever so slightly different.
You disagree with Admiral
on
Corris's
some of,
policies,
the
I'm guessing.
pronunciation.
Or is it personal?
The man is a damn Geth apologist. Thinks we were wrong to try to destroy them centuries ago. He wants us to search for new colony possibilities instead of taking back the home world. Any research on the Geth makes him angry. You don't have much of a chance with him, I'm afraid.
Okay, I already did that. What makes Cora so bad? The ship.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Nothing good. We sent some of our best Marines into that hellhole. Damn few made it back. Whatever Rail was doing, it blew up in his face.
He sounds kind of like
ship is crawling with Geth.
Any
Don't go in expecting
number
survivors.
of characters from Game of
My
Thrones.
father, your friend, is on that ship.
I know that, Tali. But if Shala hadn't suggested you might volunteer, we'd already have destroyed the Alarai. That's where we stand.
Okay.
You and Tally's father go back a long ways?
We served together on the gunship Yaska during a bad Batarian raid. We were kids. Served crew of 10, and 6 were dead. Kinetic barriers were down. Rail and I were alone on the bridge, and the Batarians
Hey,
had drawn
Magruder.
off a tramp freighter.
How's the side mission going? We just started it.
Did you
We
save
are
the freighter?
doing
Our
Tally's
ship
side
was under
mission right
orders to
now.
hold position, but Rail looked at me and
She's
said,
been accused
"We're
of
underage. You can't charge us for
treason,
breaking formation."
and we have
He
to
took the helm.
prove
I
her
took
innocence.
weapons, and we brought that freighter back. The crew called us heroes. The brass called us idiots. They slapped medals on our suits, then kicked us off to pilgrimage a bit earlier than usual.
Interesting.
That's Rail for you.
Okay, I've said
Thanks for the
everything to him.
information.
Okay,
Thank you, Admiral.
let's talk to this admiral here.
Judging by your ability to play to a crowd, human, I have done Tali a favor by stripping
Simon
Vasnima from her
Templeman.
name.
Don't know that.
Commander Shepard, this is Admiral
My
Zalcora's
side
house
mission?
quick. Do
Oh,
not ask about
you
the
mean my
name.
mission to get a
I take
side
no pleasure in
piece?
this, Tali, truly. But you
Is
have
that what
gravely
you mean?
endangered and dishonored our fleet.
Not going really well. Nobody loves me. Nobody loves poop.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Nobody
Only
loves
that you
Poop
should have
Shepherd.
let us destroy it. When we find the evidence of what Tali and her father did there, any hope of convincing the other admirals will die.
So he's not on her side.
I did
Okay.
not bring active Geth to the Alarai, Admiral. I know how dangerous that would be. I only brought pieces.
The captured ship with its crew slaughtered by living beings in pain belies your argument.
So did somebody take all the pieces that
have a
she
ship
brought
named
and
Quip Quip?
reassembled them?
Oh, here we go.
Our people have, during difficult periods,
Hey, Laz.
purchased pre-owned
Good to see
vessels
you.
from
How you
other
doing?
cultures.
Is rather than
And
voicing
have,
Kane
on
from the
occasion,
Legacy of
had
Kane video game,
difficulty
he also voiced
altering
Dr.
the
Doom
ship's
from the Fantastic
registry
Four animated
information.
series.
The citizens
Interesting.
of these foreign-named
Don't think
ships
I
have
know that
borne the
name.
stigma of these names with grace and honor.
Hi, Dan DeLorean. How you doing? Welcome in. Well, yeah,
If it
why not
bothers you,
leave?
maybe you should find another ship.
I've occasionally entertained the idea of requesting a transfer. Something with a nice, respectable name, like the Defrons or the Ictomy. But I am
Ictomy.
proud of the Quib Quib.
The Quib
I will
Quib.
not flee because of petty insults.
Okay, yeah, why do you
What
dislike
exactly
Tali?
is your problem with my crew member, Admiral?
I'm alright,
respect
can't
Tali
sleep? Oh,
immensely.
I
Her actions
suffer from
against
really bad
Sarah
sleep
not to be
problems, so
lauded.
I feel for you.
But like her father, she wants nothing but the destruction
But
of
I'm
the
doing
Geth,
well, thank you for asking.
people
Sorry
we
to hear you can't
created.
sleep.
the people we wronged.
The Geth drove us from our homeworld.
Of course they did. We tried to kill them.
Yeah, so okay, so like, so why would she bring them here? Like, it's
You and
just
the other
stupid.
admirals appear to have some disagreements beyond Tally's trial.
You are correct. Tali, I apologize for it being brought into your proceedings. The other admirals are pushing for war.
It's almost 2.
Rail's
Oof, what
order
time do you
was
have to be in?
researching new weapons
Time do you have to be in to
use
work?
against the Geth. They would see our fleet destroyed in the skies
Missing a
over our
writing.
homeworld, rather than find a new colony and adapt.
Do you favor peace?
Can the Quarians coexist with the Geth after all your history?
I don't know. We all deserve to find out. They are our children, Shepard. We have all done horrible things to each other, but it has to end. For both groups. That is why I cannot sanction whatever experiments you helped enable, Talizora. I believe this message needs to be sent.
I understand that.
I believe
I do not
you
agree
are
with you,
an
but I
a-hole.
understand.
I believe you are an
We should move on.
a-hole.
Goodbye, Talizora.
You start at 8:30. Oh, but working from home is not bad. It means you
I'm
can
surprised to hear you say
sneak in a
that.
couple extra cups of
I
coffee.
don't hate you, Tali. I just think your father's plans for war were wrong.
Okay. So that's those two guys. Can we talk to her? Oh, we can. Okay.
You set me up, Shala.
Ooh.
You told Captain Donna not to say anything? I don't hear that my father may be dead until I'm in the trial? Why?
The admirals needed to hear the shock in your voice, Tali. Otherwise, they might not have let you try to retake the Alaray. That is your best chance at recovering
Thoughts on the
evidence that can
Geth-Quarian
exonerate
conflict?
you. I'm sorry. We cannot afford sensitivity, Tali.
I feel like I'm not really the best Mass Effect player because, like, I'm kind of just like, the story is interesting, but I'm not really feeling invested in anybody yet. So, like, my thoughts are just like, I like Tali, so, like, I don't think that she would have endangered her people, but also, like, I don't necessarily believe in genocide, so the trails closed for the year today, like public trails. Are Tali's chances that bad? Yeah.
Are the judges that set on finding her guilty?
Genocide is bad. Yeah, like I don't believe in genocide, like,
but there is still hope. And girls greatly respect.
and everybody is so dramatic and so extra in this game. Like,
Admiral Koresh sees the whole thing
and
as a
everybody's
war crime and
spacist
wants
as
to
hell.
convict. I have
And
no
everyone just
idea
wants
what
to
Admiral
wipe out
Zen
each other
wants.
and, like,
You should get to the Alarai soon. Is there anything else I can tell you?
it's just everybody's a little extra, okay? Everybody's a little extra here.
What kind of evidence will carry weight with the admirals?
Tali.
The other one that I have to dig into that I haven't had a chance to do yet is Morden.
Yes, but never anything that could have come back online on its own. I took every possible
Because he's
precaution.
also apparently
Find records of your shipment and
a
experiments.
pro-genocide
Something
guy.
that proves you were careful. Something that proves
Is they
that
cool?
this is all
Really?
just a terrible accident that nobody.
This is my first time playing, so I'll probably go with Tali, because Tali is my homegirl. They're former slave race, so I got a soft spot. Yeah, that's the other thing. What did I just ask? Oh, the necessary.
How long
okay.
have you known Tali's family?
Since before Real was an admiral.
Everyone's looking out for
25 or
themselves.
30
Yeah.
years, I'd guess.
Yeah.
I was there when Tali was born.
That's how,
Her mother and I had synced up our suits.
that's
so
how
we could be
Rex
in the
got
same
killed
open
last game,
area.
remember? When Ashley shot him in the back.
But it was worth it. I was the one who took Tali from her mother and put her in the bubble. She cried so hard.
The bubble? Like
I don't
Bubble Boy?
understand. You put your children in bubbles?
Ashley sucks.
Environmental
Yeah,
limits.
I let her get killed.
It's a step between relying on the mother's immune system through nursing and getting a suit of one's own.
The bubbles let parents take their children out of the clean rooms safely. We don't wear suits until adolescence.
Oh, so it is Bubble
There's a
Boy.
celebration when a child gets her first suit.
That's cute.
It's a coming of age.
That's cute. Alright,
There seem
yeah.
to be some other arguments going on among the admirals.
You caught that? Yes, the guest's presence makes this a touchy issue. The Admiralty Board is trying to determine whether to focus
Thank you
on
for the
colonial
follow.
development or attempt to retake the home world.
You're thinking of war? With the Geth?
I am not, Tali, but others are.
It's not really a great idea.
I know the migrant fleet is formidable, but even you can't take on the Geth.
We
I feel
grew
like this
tired
game
of
didn't
wandering
used
the
to lag
stars,
until the
Shepard.
last few streams.
We want our world back. We have paid enough for our mistake.
I wonder if it's
I'm
my
not
PC.
giving you my opinion. I'm telling you which way the wind is blowing.
Okay, yeah, alright, so we've already talked to her.
Good luck on the Alarai.
Alright, we talked to both of them, we talked to her. We talked to any of these people? Vitor Nara. Cal Rigar.
This is on their heads.
Let's talk to Cal Rigar.
Kalriger.
Shepard, Talizora, good to see you both. Wish you were under better circumstances.
What did they get from our readings?
Damnedest things, just like they said. No way the sun on Haystrom should have been acting that way.
So that dark energy theory is right. That's troubling.
Can't really comment on that, ma'am. I just shoot things.
Honestly, same. Yeah, the
You
dark
said that
energy?
your mission had something to do with dark energy?
Right. Remember the damn sun on Haestrom?
Yeah.
Shorted out everything. Way too much radiation? The sun's getting old.
He's
Only
the guy
it's
we
not.
rescued, right?
Dark energy. It's reducing the mass of the star's interior. Techs are worried.
Do you think the Geth are responsible for what's happening to Haestrom's son?
Keela, I hope not. They can screw up a star. Our chances in war are even worse than I thought.
I don't think this is the Geth. It would take massive time and resources to affect a star like this deliberately. It's too inefficient to be a weapon, and even the Geth.
Do you guys
wouldn't
remember the
destroy a
planet
useful
that we were
star
on?
system.
That the sun would
Besides,
burn
they
you
didn't show up
alive?
until we did.
And we rescued that
Hope you're right,
guy.
ma'am.
I'm pretty sure that's this
Synthetic
one.
bastards are bad enough as it is.
What are you doing aboard the Raya? It sounds like you gave your report to the Admiralty already.
Well, I stayed to argue the charges against Talizora. I've served with her, and she deserves better than what she's getting.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
Just
Thank
stating
you.
facts, ma'am.
Hard to tell, they all look the same. I'm almost positive this is the guy that
Have
we
you had any
rescued
luck
on that
talking to
planet.
the Admiralty board?
Admiral Ron asked my opinion about the Geth since I'd fought on Haestrom. She and Admiral Gerrel are hoping you'll kill a bunch of Geth to get the crowd on your side, then find evidence to clear your name. They were hesitant, but
Pretty
well,
sure
you
it,
didn't
yeah,
have many
I'm pretty
other
sure it is
options,
too.
ma'am. I recommended getting you onto the Alarai. I hope you can handle it.
You did the right thing. Thank you.
Yeah, see?
Have you been, Rieger? You took kind of
Yeah,
a beating on Haestrom.
this is gonna be him, yeah.
Physical damage wasn't bad.
He's
I was
like the
down for
only
about a
red one.
week
That's what I was
with
gonna say. I thought
infection,
he was red and
Figure
gray.
I got off easy. I don't have to face those admirals.
Fighting is risky.
With your immune systems, it couldn't be easy for Quarians to fight a war. You'd lose more people to infection than injury.
We can't afford a frontline attack, that's for sure. Have to fight smart. Ideally from orbit.
We do have stockpiles of antibiotics. It's not as though everyone would die from a single shot.
No, Shepard's right. You've only seen our strike ops tally. Don't have all the fancy equipment in a frontline fight. Supplies get strained. Things get ugly, fast.
I had pizza for dinner, which
we should get going.
You all know I love pizza, so
good luck
yes.
on the Alarai. Stay safe.
So
out
yes. All right. So this is another admiral. Okay.
Talizora, given the circumstances, are you certain that speaking to me is appropriate?
I'm looking for information about the Alarai.
Why?
I don't intend to bribe you in the middle of the plaza, Admiral.
Pleasure to meet you, Commander Shepard. We owe you a debt of gratitude for your actions against the Geth.
Yeah.
Tali was with me. Saren and the Geth would have destroyed us all without her help.
It's
Your
true.
political machinations are transparent, Commander. They are
Oh,
also
I spared the
unnecessary. If you and your father were actually experimenting on active Geth subjects, then you are simply idiots. No reason to waste resources
the
on a
bug
trial.
thing in
If
the
not,
last game.
Then this was a tragic
Why am I drawing a
accident
blank
in
on
the
the
pursuit
name?
of a higher cause. Again, no trial is needed to determine that.
If you're not interested in this trial, why not recuse yourself?
And let that aging warship Hangerel and the cowardly Zalcorus be the ones to chart this course? I think not. The broader purpose underlying the trial is too important. Talizora is only peripherally related. No offense intended.
And what is the true purpose of this trial, Admiral?
So she's just caught in the crossfire?
Determine whether Quarians should fear their past mistakes or reclaim their glory using our natural affinity for artificial intelligence.
So the only reason you care about this is because Rael might have learned something valuable from the Geth.
Indeed. If he has, then even in this accident we may find something worthwhile.
That's
You want to
fucked up.
create new AIs?
No, Talizora. I wish to return the Geth to the control of their rightful masters, the Quarian race.
You're insane.
Sounds like your ideas about
Pineapple on
synthetics are
pizza?
in the
I
minority.
support.
Yes, at least on the Admiralty board,
I like pineapple on
sees an
pizza.
enemy that must be crushed. Zalcorus would run away and hide on some new colony world. Shalaran is still undecided. I had thought Rael to be firmly in Han's camp, but if his experiments were on active Geth, perhaps we have ideas in common.
Interesting. So, do you think, yeah.
You support experiments on living creatures.
Rael should have felt no more guilt experimenting on Geth than I did while performing surgery on a childhood toy.
The fact
I mean,
that
they're
you
living
performed
beings,
surgery
but
on your
you know.
childhood toys explains a great deal, Admiral.
A ship travels faster than I can. With
It's
the right
so soggy.
programming, it can choose locations, even defend
The
itself
pineapple,
when attacked.
or
but
it
is
makes the
just a
pizza
machine.
soggy?
It was built for the sole purpose of serving its master, and it can be dismantled whenever its master desires.
If we don't find Rail alive on the Alarai, what do you think will happen?
The power balance will be disrupted. Han loses a vote for his foolish and self-destructive war. That would favor peace then, as Shah Laran is too careful to risk her own neck. But if the Admiral replacing Rail agrees with me, things could become very exciting.
Both?
Thank you for the information.
It was a pleasure to meet you,
I guess
Commander.
so. I guess so. I don't know. I like the sweet and salty
Shepard?
combo.
How did you get onto the Raya?
Shepard is here to help me with my trial.
Oh yes, I heard about that. I hope you didn't really do what they said you did.
No, Vitor. I would never endanger the fleet.
Oh, well, good. So, can I help you with anything? I mean, probably not, but you helped me.
Will you speak for Tali? Come on.
Tali could use some
Why
friends
is
right
my
now.
eye lid
Would you be
twitching?
willing to tell the admirals how she helped you?
No, I mean,
Am I dying?
yes, but I already did. They came to see me. I didn't want to talk in a crowd.
Vitor is doing well, but he isn't ready for a public speech just yet.
Oh, we
talked
also
to them.
helped this
So did
guy.
that
I remember
soldier, Cal
Vitor.
Rieger. We both told them about
Yeah.
how you helped us. I hope it helped.
I'm sure it did, Vitor. Thank you.
Hope you feel better.
Take care of yourself, Vitor. Not many could have gone through what you did
Yeah,
and come out
yeah,
sane.
yeah. With the
I know.
bugs.
I didn't.
With the bugs.
But thank you, Commander. It's only because of your help that I've come this far.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we spoke to everybody.
I'll admit that much.
We talked to that person. We talked to her. We talked to him.
Loyalty to the fleet is about more than just killing Geth. Talizor is guilty.
Talizora is not guilty. Y'all are just bitches. That's where I go. Wait, what? Where's another door? Wait, is this like the trial? Hello? Well, I guess up here, huh? Excuse me?
If Talizora is stuck with a human captain, at least it's an eloquent one.
Oh, I actually knew that. The Karach is in... Karach? No, the Kara is in Ireland. I actually did know that, Frosty. I just didn't read it.
Talizora and her father are out of control. This is on their heads. The human can work a crowd, I'll admit that much.
1 hour of story time.
Take the Alarai, Talizora.
Talizora
Sorry.
Vasnima. Oh, sorry. I mean Vast Normandy.
No offense taken. The change in name was not my choice.
Per Admiral Rand's orders, the shuttle is prepared for you and Captain Shepard Vast Normandy.
I'm not the captain. I'm a commander. Commander Poop.
Can you tell us anything about what we'll find on the Alarai?
I'm afraid I don't know much. Not many Marines made it back from the initial assault. They talked about massive waves of Geth, though. More than there should have been.
There shouldn't have been any at all.
Right. I mean that they're afraid the Geth are building or repairing more of themselves from materials on the Alarai.
Can you tell us anything about what we'll
Oh,
find on the
I did
Alarai?
that already?
I'm afraid that they talked about. Right.
Okay,
I mean that they're
yeah, we're
afraid
ready
the
to go.
Geth are building
Let's go.
or
I need
repairing
to sit
more
up
of
straight.
themselves from materials on the Alarai.
Let's head to the Alarai.
Of course. I'll unlock the shuttle now. Good luck with those Geth, Talizora. Kira Selai.
Okay, so this is the hardest mission in the game, supposedly, according to Canadian, I think. Okay. What the fuck is that?
They're up ahead.
Oh, the gas uses backwards. Take cover. Or just stand in one place. That's fine too, Shepard.
Eat this. Hostiles with obstacle countermeasures.
Yeah, I see them. Bro. Reloading.
Locked shields.
Did her combat drone just like boop somebody? Like just like ever so gently just walked up and was like boop. Wait, where's the med kit? Where's the med kit? Where's the med kit? Wow, way over. No, laptop? Negotiations always go south. Let's be real. Oh, there it is. Way over there. Bullet diplomacy. Power cells. Hello? What is this door open? What is this door open? What is that door open? There's so many doors. Hello? Hello? What's that?
This is one of the storage units I sent to Father. Looks like parts from a disabled repair drone, plus a reflex algorithm that I didn't recognize. I got this on Haystrom.
What made a part worth sending back to your
Another
father?
hour of story
It had
time,
to be in
guys. It looks like
working
we're just
order.
doing one mission
Something
tonight.
that could be analyzed and integrated into other technology. Anything new had priority. Technology the Geth had developed themselves. Signs of modification. Clues to their thinking.
How did you get these things to your father?
Sometimes I left packages at secured drops in civilized areas. Someone on pilgrimage would see that it was shipped home. For very valuable finds, I'd signal home, and Father would send a small ship.
What is the lag? Holy shit.
Haystrom was a war zone. How did you salvage gear in the middle of all that?
These suits have more pockets than you'd think. Quarians have learned how to salvage whatever we can, whenever we can. Within reason. We're not Vorcha, but we repair what most people would throw away. Hundreds of the ships in our fleet were salvaged wrecks, either found dead in space or purchased for next to nothing.
Does this help?
Does that salvaged gear give you a clue as to what happened here?
No, I don't know. I passed up great finds because they might be too dangerous. Prone to... I don't know which possibility is worse. That I got sloppy and sent something dangerous, or that Father actually did all this.
Nice. That was a clean hack there. Clean hack. Alright, so we came there. Macaroni. I don't see this. Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. I don't see this one. There it is.
This might be useful.
Geth strength. Geth shield strength. Okay. Lappy tappy. I got my lappy tappy. I got my lappy tappy.
New victim.
Oh. Hello. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh, I'm lagging. Take your turn, sir. I'm lagging. Wait your turn. I'm lagging. Not fair.
We locked down navigation. Weapons are offline. Our mistake won't endanger the fleet. We're burning through the door. I don't have much time. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jonah, if you get this, be strong for Daddy.
Be strong for Daddy.
Very much.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Combat drone away.
Hello, dead people.
Hello, dead people. funny that. Hee. I mean, I am kind of glad that, like, there's actual reloads now as opposed to, like, the cooldown thing that was on the weapons in the first game. But I run out of ammo very quickly. Ammo, please. What? Oh my god, the lag. Guys, it's never been this bad before. Damn, is it really time? It's been like, my computer is like 2.5 years old. There's no way it's time to upgrade already. I can't do that. I don't know how to do any of that.
This console might have something. Most of the data is corrupted, but a few bits are left. They were performing experiments on Geth systems, looking for new ways to overcome Geth resistance to reprogramming.
Do you think testing weapons on the Geth was right?
It's not testing weapons on prisoners, Shepard. I only sent Father parts. Even if he assembled them, they wouldn't be sapient. You saw what Saren and Sovereign did with the Geth. Any research that gives us an advantage is important.
Do you know what kind of tests your father was running?
No, Father just told me to send back any Geth technology I could find that wasn't a direct danger to the fleet. I suspected he might be testing weapons, but I thought he was just working on new ways to bypass shields or armor.
Anything useful?
Could any of that data clear your name?
Doubtful. This is mostly results data, effects of different disruptive hacking techniques. I don't understand all of it. But they may have been activating the Geth deliberately. I don't know. Nothing here says specifically, but if they were, then Father was doing something terrible. What was all this, Father? You promised you'd build me a house on the homeworld. Was this going to bring us back home?
Oof.
Maybe it's time for your people to let go of reclaiming your world from the Geth.
You have no idea what it's like.
Not what I thought that was gonna say.
My home is one hull breach away from extinction.
Shit. Shit.
Have the
I feel like that's
considered colonizing a new world?
mean.
We'd have enough difficulty reacclimating to our own native environment. Adjusting for exposure to a foreign colony would be even harder. It's the difference between 60 years and 600. For anyone alive now to watch a sunset without a mask, we must take back our home. At the very least, we can take back one ship. Come on.
Oh, I don't think he's happy with me. Okay.
Taking fire.
One down.
Can you? No, thank you. Please. I can't see through my head. I can't see through my own fucking head. Okay, stop. Oh, God, I hate taking cover. Cause she like sticks there sometimes. weird grenade for some reason. I have to sneeze. Oh no. I'm out of bullets already. Ugh. Oh no. Freeze. Okay, get down. Get some health back. And shoot. I see you, invisible man. I'm not very good at being invisible. Optical countermeasures? Dude. It's literally shimmering. Alright, do they just keep going? Do I need to push it? Yeah, there's the weird grenade that doesn't do anything. It's so dumb. Get out of cover! Oh my god, she like got stuck. Okay. My eye itches. I need to sneeze. I'm struggling real hard. Okay. I got my lappy top. Whoa, lag. Okay, this is a cutscene lag now. Like, this is ridiculous.
Father!
Oh no.
No. You always had a plan. Masked life signs or an onboard medical stasis program maybe. You wouldn't. They're wrong. You wouldn't just die like this. You wouldn't leave me to...
Hey, come here.
Damn it. I'm sorry.
You got nothing to be sorry about.
Maybe he would have known I'd come. Maybe he left a message.
Tally, if you are listening, then I am dead. The Geth have gone active. I don't have much time. The main hub will be on the bridge. You'll need to destroy it to stop their VI processes from forming new neural links. Make sure Hangerl and Darozen see the data. They must.
Thanks, Dad.
He knew you'd come for
Are you
him.
feeling better?
He was trying to
kind
help
of.
you. It's not perfect. It's not what you wanted. But it's
My
the best you
allergies
could do.
slash sinuses
I don't
are
know
really
what's
kind of
worse.
bothering me right now.
Thinking he never really cared, or thinking that he did, and that this was the only way he could show it. It doesn't matter. One way or the other, I cared. And I'm here. And we're ending this.
It doesn't break the glass. Okay. And that doesn't really make sense, but sure.
Get ready to fail the fail.
Combat drone away!
No shot that I have to reload with a sliver of health left. Weird.
Got combat drone.
Where the fuck is he?
I'm going down soon. Get him off me!
Oh my god, now it's over here. See this? Can I just keep sunlocking him? Yeah. That's pretty amazing. Oh, and I have 3 shots left, period. That's crazy. Why can't I move sometimes?
This console is linked to the main hub Father mentioned.
Hey Rachel,
Disabling it
how
shut
are
down
you?
any Geth we missed. It looks like some of the recordings remained intact. They'll tell us how this happened, what Father did.
You okay?
You sound like you don't really want to hear it.
No.
I'm okay, how's you? I'm okay.
I know. This is terrible, Shepard. I don't want to know that he was part of this.
Do we have enough parts to bring more online? Yes, the new shipment from your daughter will let us add 2 more Geth to the network.
We're nearing a breakthrough on systemic viral attacks. Perhaps we should inform the Admiralty Board, just to be safe.
No. We're too close. I promised to build my daughter a house on the home world. I'm not going to sit and wait while the politicians argue. We'd have an easier time of it if Tali Zora could send back more working material. Absolutely not. I don't want Tali exposed to any political blowback. Leave Tali out of this. Assemble new Geth with what we have. Bypass security protocols if need be.
Holy shit. Yo, he literally just got his fucking daughter fucking accused of being a traitor. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Honestly, same, Rachel. The weekends are just not long enough. It's not fair.
Doing this for you.
I never wanted this, Shepard. Keela, I never wanted this. Everything here is his fault. I tried to pretend it didn't point to him, but this... When this comes up in the trial, they'll... We can't tell them. Not the Admirals, not anyone.
She... Ooh. She's gonna go down for him. She's gonna take the blame for him.
Tali, without this evidence, you're looking at exile.
You think I don't know that? You think I want to live knowing that I can never see the fleet again? But I can't go back into that room and say that my father was the worst war criminal in our people's history. I cannot.
We're not gonna decide anything here. Let's see what the Admirals say once we get back.
You're my captain in this hearing, Shepard. It's your decision. But please, don't destroy what my father was. Come on. If we wait too long, they'll decide we're already dead, and none of this will matter.
Oh no.
We need to face facts. There has been no word. There is no reason to think Tali Zora...
We're right here. What are you talking about?
Like the hearing is already underway.
We're literally right here. Why do they always do this shit to Shepard? I don't know. Because it wouldn't be a game otherwise.
Very well. Is the Admiralty Board prepared to render judgment?
Sorry we're late.
gonna fuck this up somehow.
Tali Zora Vas Normandy saved the Alarai. I hope this proves her loyalty to the Quarian people.
Her loyalty was never in doubt, only her judgment.
Perhaps Talizora can offer something to encourage more trust in her judgment.
Did you find anything on the Alarai that could clarify what happened there?
Yeah, her father's a fucking war criminal.
Shepard, please.
Does Captain Shepard have any new evidence to submit to this hearing?
Tali helped me defeat Saren and the Geth at the Citadel. That should be all the evidence you need.
I fail to see what relevance...
You're not really interested in Tali, are you? This trial isn't about her. It's about the Geth.
This hearing has nothing to do with the Geth.
You want people to sympathize with them. Hangarel wants to go to war. None of you care about Tali. She knows more about the Geth than any other Quarian alive. You should be listening to her, not putting her on trial. Tali Zora saved the Citadel. She saved the Alarai. She showed the galaxy the value of the Quarian people. I can't think of stronger evidence than that.
Are the admirals prepared to render the judgment?
Yeah, now she's gonna use her words? Yeah. I like how they type it.
In light of your history of
In their
service,
little
we
Pip-Boy.
do not find sufficient evidence to convict. You are cleared of all charges.
Nice.
Commander Shepard, please accept these gifts in appreciation for you taking the time to represent one of our people.
Don't go to war.
If you appreciate me, then listen. The Reapers are coming. I'm going to need your help to stop them. Please don't throw away your lives against the Geth.
Thank you, Commander Shepard. I hope this board carefully considers your advice.
Yeah, they're not gonna.
This hearing is concluded. Go in peace, Talizora Vas Normandy. Kila Salai.
Kila Salai. Alright, well, we saved Tali.
I can't believe you pulled that off. What you said. I've never had anyone speak like that on my behalf. Thank you for being there for my father and me. Even when... Thank you.
Ouch. Yeah, are you not disappointed?
I can still go back in and get you exiled if you want.
My
Thanks,
tailbone hurts.
but I'm fine
And
with things
I think
like
it's
this.
from like work.
It's fun watching you shout.
Come on, Tali Zora Vas Normandy. Let's get back to our ship.
Thank you, Captain.
I'll take it.
I'll take it. Yay! Yay! Gain the loyalty of somebody. Okay. Yay!
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Oh, really? What's next? You did it! I did it! Alright, I'm gonna take just a quick break so I can go pee. So I can go piss, girl. Okay. I'm back. Alright. I feel like... I don't know, like... How do I explain? Like, I kind of just want to finish the game because, like, I know that the last mission is, like, the last mission. But also, like... I got all these other side quests to still do. What do I do here? So we'll do this. The Krogan demilitarized zone. Alright, we'll do like Morden and yeah, we'll do these ones and then depending on how long these take, I guess maybe we'll finish the game. Thanks. Thanks, Horseman. Thanks for being here and hanging out. Oh, she's got multiples now. 3. Is that 3? Yeah, she's got 3 different outfits. I think I like that one. That's kind of cute. Alright, so... Who's... This is Morden and Grunt, I think, right? Or is it Garrus? I think it's Morden and Grunt's things. 2 points for me, can't use them. 12 points. Okay, Cryoblast, hell yeah. And Incinerate. Okay, and then Incinerate. Solarian Scientist. No, I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys hanging. I know that this isn't the most invigorating game that I have been known to play. I did get TCG Sim. TCG Chop Sim. But I want to install the Pokemon mod, and I don't know how. And I tried to install a mod on Elden Ring, and it broke Elden Ring, so that also bummed me out really bad.
Stop right there, alien. You're Shepherd of the Normandy.
I am. I am Shepherd of the Normandy.
If you're looking for work, you're shouting down the wrong hole. The Blood Pack only recruits.
Hello. Oh. It's that kind of welcome.
The clan leader wants to speak with you. Talk to him soon, alien. If we decide you're not welcome, you'll know just before we kill you.
Still on the dragon juice.
Take your business to the clan leader.
Still on the dragon juice. I did get black tea and lemonade as well. Just for something that had just a little bit less sugar flavor, sugar syrup, whatever. It's fine.
Erdnot clan reports use weak encryption. I see references to a captured Solarian in the logs of the chief scout.
Good.
talk to Scout then, or Chief. Either one acceptable.
Also, I have been unable to access local medical records. I suggest asking the local clan leader for assistance with Grunt's problem.
You see that special they have in the Astro?
Oh, it's
That
Grunt's
crap
problem,
rots
huh?
your brain. You should be out hunting.
So I probably should have brought both of them.
I'll tear you apart.
Right.
You don't have the plates to try.
Are these guys just gonna punch the shit out of each other? Shaman.
Go away, alien. Eyes straight ahead. Go away.
Why does no one want to talk to me?
Just give me a reason. I've had enough of you. Then let's end this. The Citadel Presidium has a big statue of a Krogan
Hi.
right in the middle.
Hi. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I have nothing to say.
Reeve.
You are Shepard. We would have shot any other alien out of the sky. But you give the respect due our most powerful enemy. You destroyed Vermeer. You saved us from becoming Saren's minions. But you also destroyed a cure to the genophage. But more than that, you killed Urdnot Rex.
I
am clan leader
did
Urdnot
not kill Rex.
was my brood brother.
I did not kill Rex. No, I didn't. No, excuse me. No. No, I did not. Ashley did, and she's a bitch, and she's dead. I did not.
I wish there'd been another way. He was a valued member of my crew.
Human sentiment tastes like piss.
Appreciate you this
Don't
weekend.
spoil a death with it. Especially one as useful as this. With his death, Rex's friends became my friends, and Clan Urdnot fell to me for the better.
He had troubling ideas. We are better off with a leader who respects tradition.
You can't speak for me, Uvenk. So, Shepard, what do you want here?
What? You like watching RP? Yeah, I hung out in Muck's stream for a while and just listened to him driving around, listening to music. It was almost like he was just driving me around.
I heard the Blood Pack brought a Solarian here. Know anything about that?
Blood Pack? I don't follow the mercenary bands. My scout commander might know something I don't. Whether he will speak to you is his own choice.
Yeah, Mock has been playing some GTA RP. GTA RP.
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has
QRSTUV.
some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
We don't get sick, Shepard, and I can't tell what's wrong if I can't see him.
True.
Off-world dog probably caught something weak and human.
Wow. I didn't kill
You
Rex.
were Rex's brood brother. You two didn't agree on leadership?
We were born of the same female, but a decade apart. Rex wanted to unite the clans. He wanted to deny tradition to stabilize our species.
He was a fool. Krogan only grow stronger if the weak die in battle. He would have made us smooth like the Asari.
Interesting.
You all live underground. Is the surface that inhospitable?
Tajanka and the Krogan live together.
You see me
in war.
reverse steal those gang dude's
Planet
car.
hates
I wanted
us,
to be in the trunk, but I
and we
accidentally
hate it. See for yourself.
put it on my tow truck
Brave the
flatbed.
barren
That's
war
so
torn
funny.
wastelands and discover the world that made the Krogan powerful enough to threaten the galaxy.
Alright.
Who is this? I thought you'd lead the clan alone.
Uvenk is from Clan Gatatog. Our clans have fought to a standstill, so we've come to a temporary
EMT or cop RP. Yeah, that's what I see people do a lot, which I think is just
Urdnot
funny.
senior, for the moment, as is traditional.
For the moment, yes. We'll see.
You agree, but you're not allied.
You don't call this a true alliance?
Both clans have shown their strength. For the moment, neither clan can win, so we turn our attention elsewhere.
As soon as one clan shows weakness, the stalemate ends. The survivors will produce stronger, smarter Krogan. This has always been the way.
This is the way.
Thanks for the information. We're going.
No, we're out of bear claws. I haven't done it yet, Mark. I haven't done it yet. I still haven't written down. It's right here on my post-it note. And it'll probably be, I don't know. Probably just exclamation point mush is probably what I'll set it to. Oh yeah, you got a backlog? Yeah. Well, the only thing about like music like that is I have to isolate it.
Put down some real money.
I have to I'll have to isolate the audio so there's no background music, so it's just his voice. But nah, we're out of bear claws. I don't really want to watch this anymore. Can I skip it? I lied. I lied, I don't care.
Watch it, human.
Why? Why are you guys so mean?
Don't touch anything.
Injured Krogan.
Krogans hit by genophage, nuclear assaults, civil wars. Still survive. Impressive to see life adapt, continue
gosh,
despite
get the little
circumstances. Inspiring.
I didn't know that was gonna happen. I didn't know that was gonna happen.
Oh, it's this.
That was a rare item. Well, it's even more rare now. Oh my god, that was too funny.
Who are you?
I am Forte.
Oh my god, there's more.
High researcher in matters scientific.
Oh my god, it was a live
Ergo.
animal that I just
don't have time
decked.
to
I
answer
thought it
your
was a
inane
stuffed
questions.
animal.
I won't
That
take
was
up much
just
of
a
your
real
valuable
life
time.
monkey that I just
work
walked up
is
to and just
very
fucking
important to you.
decked it.
Of course it is. I'm just curious. I'd heard a lot about the genius of Krogan science.
Oh, finally, someone understands.
I thought it was like a figurine or like a stuffed animal or something.
Toiling among savages. I am the Lord High Researcher.
I did not know. I did not know.
You must be working on something important.
I am. There are always new ways to destroy things.
Oh,
to
look
melt
at the
them,
little one
to
over
tear
there.
them apart. There's always room for another weapon on Tajonka.
I take it you're a scientist.
I'm not
Hello,
just
PETA.
a
No, we're
scientist.
fine here.
Without me, those mouth-breathing fools
Everything's
wouldn't have
fine here.
weapons or bombs to kill
Oh my
things.
god, I
My
feel so
predecessor said no
terrible.
one would
It's the
understand the
squirrel
true
all over
worth of my
again. The
work.
Baldur's Gate squirrel.
Pulled my blade from his chest, I knew he was telling the truth.
Oh my gosh. Killed your predecessor.
Not exactly what I would call effective academic peer review.
I don't care what you'd call it. We value the will to use what we create, not just the ability to create it. We don't count success until the ground shakes in response.
Okay,
Enjoy
bye.
your research.
Oh, I do? I do?
Oh, I do. I do. I'm so sorry, babies. I'm so sorry, babies. Is that one back? Is he back up? Oh my god, he's just... Oh, he's gone. Okay, well, at least he's gone. And he's not just over there dead.
These things would last longer if they didn't hit every crater. Are you threatening me?
No.
Always want more Do I look like I have time to talk? I've got work to do.
Oh, sorry.
Those fools brought this Tomka back from a skirmish without its combustion manifold. They say it got shot off in the field. You tell me, how can you expect a Tomka to run without a combustion manifold?
Where can I find one?
Any idea where I could find a combustion manifold?
Yeah, I can make one. Give me 3 days and a barrel of Ringcall. The one they lost is probably still out in the field. It's too much to expect them to collect it and bring the damn thing back.
Okay, I'll find it.
I'm going out in the field. If I see a combustion manifold, I'll bring it back with me.
If you did, it would save me a lot of work. Maybe bring back my sunny disposition.
Oh, sure. I'm sure that's what's
way.
happening here.
Don't do me any favors.
Combustion manifold.
Give me a reason.
Literally, you're being
Reeve said
so
we
rude
weren't
right
allowed
now.
to kill you. Seems like a waste of target practice. What do you want?
Help me find this dude.
I'm looking for a Solarian. The Blood Pack captured him and he was last seen around here.
I heard about that Solarian. Poor bastard. If it's Blood Pack, then Clan Weirlock has him. Sent one of my scouts to check it out, but he never reported back. Guess they got him too.
You're no
Chief
really
told me
concerned?
to give you one of the trucks. Just follow the highway to Weirlock's base if you've got the quads to deal with him in the Blood Pack.
Thanks. Alright, so I need Morden. And then I guess this will take Jack as well. That's fine. Okay. Can I? You want me to take Strubba? See? No, she's not really that great, to be honest. Alright, well, that's fine. She's the weakest link. Yeah, she's not really that great. At least not right now. Oh, I don't have to drive the thing? That's great. Okay. Yeah, I love just being dropped off at the mission start. I love it.
Incoming.
Oh, bug. A Clixon.
Should do the trick.
A Clixon.
That's me, dumbass!
Well, you stepped in front of me, dumbass! Ooh. They go boom. Ah! I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, you did a great job. Need that. I don't need that. Okay, little guy, I guess. Hello? Ooh! Okay, just sidestep that. That's fine.
Fly, bitch!
She really just said fly, bitch. As she yanked that man off. Yeah, I said it. Oh. Making contact. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Morden. I literally was about to be like, who's that?
Keep them back.
Wow, 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 wow. I know, right? Fly, bitch, instead of fly, you fools. Honestly, let's be real. I think they should remake Lord of the Rings, but have everyone be like fucking slay.
Enemies inbound. Kill that one.
Like Lord of the Rings, but like with a Z.
Enemy charging. Got no shields.
Got no shields. Oh. Excellent job, Jack. Oh, medicine. I have like an itch on my hand, like on my finger. Weird. No. When Eowyn kills the Witch King, yeah, she's like, I am no man. Ho. Slay. Oh my god, I literally got stun locked by the fire. I couldn't move. That sucks. I probably have to redo that whole area. Like, and especially because I walked all the way fucking around over here and there was nobody here, and then suddenly there's those two guys. Oh wait, no, we do go this way? Yeah. She's like Witch King, more like Bitch King.
Not afraid of you.
Not afraid. You should be. Do you bleed? You will. Do you bleed? Honestly,
enjoy.
I'm all about it now, Rachel. I think we're onto something. If I'm being real with you, I think we might be onto something. Or like she'd be like, "Bitch, you thought."
Hello, people.
Someone will make money from this, and it should be us.
One down.
It should be us. This could be us, but you play in. Alright, where did these guys come from? These nuts. Gimli to Legolas, bitch, I can't stand you. Or like, he's like, yo, I never thought I'd die side by side with an elf, and then Legolas is like, y'all, what about side by side with a homie? And he's like, yeah, I think I can do that. He's like, no cap. Bet.
Excellent targeting.
Gimli like, bet, exactly.
I'll destroy you.
Fellowship of the Homies. He's like, you have my axe, but really it's just a guitar.
Did you?
Oh, okay. Okay, Jack, you just shook my camera with your fucking rocket. I couldn't make a shot. Oh, that was funny. I couldn't make a single shot because my camera was shaking. They air guitar their way into Mordor. Oh my gosh. And he's like, but it is not this day.
Killed that one.
I'm trying to think of some other stupid millennial things to say, but I can't because I'm not a stupid millennial. The two Towworks and Return of the Cap were good though. It's true. You know, when Golem TikTok unalives himself, it's crazy, you know? Oh, my nose. Ooh.
Repurposed Krogan Hospital. Sturdy, built to withstand punishment.
Dead human body examined.
That body, human. Need to take a look. Sores, tumors, ligatures showing restraint at wrists and ankles, track marks for repeated injection sites. Test subject, victim of experimentation.
I don't suppose there's a way to tell who this poor bastard was.
No tattoos or ID. Maybe slave or prisoner, maybe merc or pirate. Irrelevant now. Clearly part of Krogan tests to cure genophage. Humans useful as test subjects. Genetically diverse. Enables exploration of treatment modalities.
Wouldn't something native to Tuchanka work better? Varen, maybe?
Yes, human experiments strictly high-level, concept testing. Native Tuchanka fauna likely used later in development stages. Wise to delay use of Varen until necessary. Powerful bite.
What can you tell about their experiments?
Mi amores.
Position of tumors suggests deliberate mutation
Hi,
of
Ray.
adrenal pineal glands, modifying
Penis
hormone
glands.
levels, counterattack on glands hit by genophage. Clever.
That's not clever.
Do you think they're close to curing the genophage?
Can't say. Need more data. Conceptually sound, though. Genophage alters hormone levels, could repair damage with hormonal counterattack.
Okay. Using humans is wrong. I'm stopping this.
Now we've got 2 reasons to shut this place down.
Why is my nail?
Focus on
like...
Malin. Too late to help the dead.
Sorry, my nail is like cracked. Okay. Something smells like weird in this room. I have to clean. Smells like stinky dog. Stinky dog.
I am the speaker for Clan Werlock, Offworlders. You have shed our blood. By rights, you should be dead already. But Werlock Gold, the Chief of Chiefs, has ordered that you be given leave to flee and spread the message of our coming.
Ooh. Is Jack gassy? No, I think he just hasn't had a bath in a little bit, and I think he's just a stinky boy. And it just
Krogan
smells
don't
like
generally let
stinky
people
dog.
go. What does Clan Werlock have planned?
If you walk away now, you can tell your children that you saw Clan Werlock before our blood pack conquered the stars. You think the Earth
Right,
not
how was
impressive?
work?
They are pitiful! Werlock Gold will destroy them! The Solarian will cure the genophage, and Clan Werlock will spread across the galaxy in a sea of blood!
Appears they discovered Malin's work. Unfortunate.
Stinky doggo? I know, he is stinky.
It doesn't have to happen like this. I can understand wanting to cure the genophage.
No, human, you understand nothing! You have not seen the piles of children that never lived. The Krogan were wronged. We will
That's how
make
you know
it
a black
right,
bear is near
and
you?
then we will have
They give
our
off a wet dog
revenge.
smell? Oh, well maybe there's a bear in my yard. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me think. Yeah, just, yeah, stay out of the puzzle.
Half the galaxy sees the Krogan as victims. If you start a war, you'll lose their support.
We have the Blood Pack, and we have the Solarian. When our clan numbers in the millions, we will not need support. When we cure the genophage, Warlock Gold will rule all Krogan. The Krogan rebellions will become the Krogan Empire. The surviving races will frighten their children
Why
with
is this one
tales
so
of what
long?
the Blood Pact did to the Turians. The Asari will scream as their citadel plunges into the sun. We will keep Salarians as slaves and eat their eggs as a delicacy. If you lack the wisdom to flee, then you will be the first of billions to be crushed.
This one is
beneath our
so
might.
long.
For Warlock Gold! Attack!
Jeez.
Trouble ahead.
Are you really saying is that the best you can do while I'm blasting your face off? Okay.
I've got no shield.
Seems not really the smartest, huh? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Requesting aid.
Oh my. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Work was work, I'm waiting for my fourth wind. Oh my god, do I really have to do all this
Krogan
again?
Hospital. Sturdy, built to withstand punishment.
No.
That body, test subject.
They're trying to kill
Humans
you.
useful as test subjects. Genetically
Okay,
diverse.
let's go.
Focus on Malin. Too late to help the dead.
Nope, don't need that. Why? Can I have my guns, please? Like, what is going on? Jeez. Alright. Da 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 da. Opening the door.
But
Can I skip
Warlock
all
Gold,
this?
the Chief of Chiefs, has ordered that you...
Da 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 da.
Doesn't have to happen like
The Krogan were wronged.
Da da da
When we
da
cure
da
the
da.
genophage,
Okay, I
Warlock
don't need
Gold
this.
will
Oh my
rule
god, it's gonna
all
make me do the
Krogan.
whole thing again,
The
and then
Krogan
it's gonna sit here
rebellions
with the
will
20
become
fucking
the Krogan
hour long
Empire.
fucking
The surviving
choice.
races will frighten their children with tales of what the Blood Pact did to the Turians. The Asari will scream as their citadel plunges into the sun. We will keep Salarians as slaves and eat their eggs as a delicacy. If you lack the wisdom to flee, then you will be the first of billions to be crushed beneath our might. For Warlock Gold!
Okay. What is with the fucking lag?
Should work nicely.
I can't shoot anything. Okay, cool.
Enemy charging. Hit.
Jesus Christ. No ammo in anything. Hi, Ark.
Deploying incineration tech.
This is dumb.
My shields are down.
Impressive shot.
Okay. Is everyone dead? Ark, how are you? Welcome in. Here's my hydrate. Doing all right. How goes Mass Effect? I don't know why it's lagging for some reason.
Labs likely through there.
And I don't
Can
really
smell
know
that descent.
why.
Hint of dead flesh.
Shit happens.
But other than that, it's good, I guess. The lag's very annoying and very sudden and very strange. Seeing as how I've been playing this for like 2 months.
Active console may contain useful data. One moment. Genetic sequences. Hormone mutagens still steady. Protein chains, live tissue, clone tissue.
How does a single-player
Very
game
thorough.
lag?
Standard treatment vectors. Avoiding scorched
Got
earth
me.
immunosuppressants to alter hormone levels. Good. Hate to see that.
Most people wouldn't be so casual about developing a sterility plague, Morton.
Not developing, modifying, much more difficult, working within confines of existing genophage, 100 times the complexity. Errors unacceptable, could cause total sterility, malignant tumors, could even
Henry's
reduce effectiveness,
shoe.
worse than doing nothing. Had to keep Krogan population stable, 1 in 1,000, perfect target, optimal growth, like gardening.
Pretty it up however you like. You're talking about murdering millions.
No, murdered no one. Altered fertility, prevented fetal development of nervous system. Have killed many, Shepard. Many methods. Gunfire, knives, drugs, tech attacks. Once with farming equipment, but not with medicine.
I'm sorry. What?
What was it like working on the genophage modification project?
Just
Best years of my life.
casually,
Wake up
like,
with
oh yeah,
ideas,
no,
talk over
I
breakfast,
murdered somebody with some
experiments
farm
all morning.
equipment, but I've
Statistical
never
analysis
murdered
in
somebody with
afternoon, Run new
medicine.
simulations during dinner. Set data runs to cook overnight. Laughter, ego, argument, passion. Galaxy's biggest problem. Massive resources thrown at us. Got anything we wanted.
Do you keep in touch with your old team members?
No. All changed with deployment. Made test
like
drop on
my
isolated Krogan
braids,
clan,
like
hit rest of Tuchanka when results were
Brady
positive.
Bunch. Oh
End
my
of project.
God. Get out.
Separate ways. Watching it end, watching birth rates drop. Personal. Private. Not appropriate for team.
We're not gonna find Malin staring at consoles. Come on.
Dead Krogan, female. Tumors indicate experimentation. No restraint marks. Volunteer. Sterile Werelock female willing to risk procedures. Hoped for cure. Pointless. Pointless waste of life.
I didn't expect you to be disturbed by the sight of a dead Krogan.
What? Why? Because of genophage work? Irrelevant. No. Causative. Never experimented on live Krogan. Never killed with medicine. Her death not my work. Only reaction to it. Goal was to stabilize population. Never wanted this. Can see it logically. But still unnecessary. Foolish. Waste of life. Hate to see it.
I didn't think you'd had much direct contact with things like this. Did you come to Tuchanka after dropping your plague?
Yearly recon missions. Water, tissue samples. Ensure no mistakes. Superiors offered to carry it on. Refused. Need to see it in person. Need to look. Need to see. Accept it as necessary. See small picture. Remind myself why I run a clinic on Omega.
So...
Rest, young mother. Find your gods. Find someplace better.
I didn't expect spirituality from you,
Interesting.
Morton.
Genophage modification project altered millions of lives. Then saw results. Ego, humility, juxtaposition, frailty of life, size of universe.
Is my
Explored
eyelid
religions after work
twitching, like,
completed.
coming
Different
out on
races.
stream?
No
Or
answers.
is it, like,
Many
not
questions.
really obvious? Because my eyelid has been twitching all stream, and I don't know why.
Sounds like you were trying to deal with your guilty conscience. The doctor who killed millions.
Modified genophage project great in scope. Scientifically brilliant. But ethically difficult. Krogan reaction visceral. Tragic. Not
I'd
guilty.
noticed, okay.
But responsible. Trained as doctor. Genophage affects fertility. Doesn't kill. Still. Caused this. Hard to see big picture behind pile of corpses.
Can you really just rationalize it all away? How do you justify it?
Wheel of life. Popular Solarian concept. Similar to human Hinduism in focus on reincarnation. Appealing to see life as
But
endless.
you can't make those
Fix
decisions
mistakes in
for
next
other...
life. Learn, adapt, improve. Refuse to believe life ends here. Too wasteful. Have more to offer. Mistakes to fix. Cannot end here. Could do so much more.
You're gonna do it, right?
If you need this much soul searching to get over it, maybe the genophage was wrong.
Had to be done. Rachni wars, Krogan rebellions, all pointed to Krogan aggression. So many simulations.
That's what the word I couldn't
Krogan
remember
population
earlier.
Increase, all pointed to war, extinction, genophage or genocide. Save galaxy from Krogan. Save Krogan from galaxy.
You could have cured them.
You could have cured the genophage instead. Brought hope to the Krogan. They'd have rejoiced.
Assumes human reaction. Krogan stimulus response different. Harsh environment. Take chance to fight. Flee. Would have caused chaos in Tuchanka. Victor would have war economy. Bloodthirsty army. Galactic expansion only logical outcome. More war. Genophage saved lives. War would have ended.
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit there.
Look at the dead woman, Morden. It doesn't look like you saved her.
No, it doesn't. Worked with available data. Only option. No other possible. Doesn't matter.
Damn. Easy peasy.
This looks interesting.
What the fuck just happened there? Morden, are you gonna come through the door? Oh. Sure. I guess. Pop off, Queen.
I'm detecting crates ahead that are holding unstable materials. A misplaced shot can cause a significant explosion.
Oh, hello, sir.
You killed the Blood Pack guards.
Would you like to leave?
Not Blood Pack, not member of Clan Werlock. Wrong clan markings.
I'm a nerd, not scout. Werlock guards got me. Brought me here.
Oh, hi, yeah. I told
Chief
you I'd
Scout
find
told
you.
us to watch for you. We've taken out the guards. Get back to Erdnot.
I can't. The Werlock did things to me. Drugs.
What?
Injections. Said I was sacrificing for the good of all Krogan. Experiments to cure the genophage. Everything's blurry. Hard to think. Have to stay.
Huh. All I got from his whole spiel was scientist work used wrong by others. No. Yeah, maybe. I'm not entirely sure yet. Like, he basically more or less, like, sterilized an entire, like, race of aliens. Like, that's a simplified version of it.
Morden, can you get him back on his feet? Stims, maybe? Something to bolster his immune system?
You don't understand. I'm not too sick to leave. I have to stay. They're curing the genophage. They're gonna make it all better. They have to keep doing the tests.
Caution, Shepard. Patient
Oh, no.
unstable, susceptible, brainwashed.
I want to help him.
Why do you want them to keep doing the tests?
This is my fault. I got caught. Wasn't strong enough. Not good enough. This is the best I can do. This is all I can do. I'm not big enough to have a real shot with the females. I'll never have kids of my own. But if I help undo the genophage, then I mattered.
Millions of children will be born. Werlock children. They're gonna destroy the other clans.
But... no. No, they said I was helping Erdnot.
If you want to help Erdnot, you need to get back there. But it would take a real badass to make it back to camp while injured.
I can do it.
You? I said a badass, not some scout whining like a quarian with a tummy ache.
I can do it. I'm up. And I'm going to the female camp.
Damn right you are. Get back there and show them what you're worth. Go! Go!
Ah!
Good job, buddy. You're doing so great.
Nicely done.
He meant to
subject is
slow the
unlikely
birth
to
rates
be
because
contagious.
Krogan were like the flood, but it was misused weaponized, so now... Yeah, so they're like sterile now, kind of, more or less. Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, it's the simplified version of what really happened. Oh, okay. I thought I went down lower, but I guess I didn't, and I guess I missed it. Okay, that's it in here? That's it? Alright. It was a weird chemo- yeah. That got exacerbated.
Trouble ahead.
Exacerbated is a good word.
Excellent targeting.
Thanks. I would say you too, but I'm not entirely sure that that's true.
Nothing can stop dead.
What?
I'll crush your bleeding skull.
Here, enjoy.
Anyways. Oh, I have no ammo in that. That's fun. I love that for me. Oh. Okay. Go. Oh, nothing in that. Oh, good. Here's ammo. Hello. Thank you for ammo. Neutralize. Jack, move! Oh my god, I can't move. She blocked me in the corner.
Charging no shield.
Dude, either one of two things needs to happen. Either the AI on companions needs to get better, and they need to like learn to like move out of the way of the player character, or you need to be able to clip through them and not get blocked on them. And literally every piece of the environment as well. You get stuck on so much of, you get stuck on so much of the environment.
Enemies inbound.
Yeah, devs. I feel like I could make such a cool video game, but I also like definitely can't, you know? Like, it's one of those, like, if you think you know how video games should be, then make one yourself. And it's like, fine. I will make one. And then it ends up being... What was that survival craft game that I played that crashed my computer a bunch of times? Paradise Island or something? You guys remember that? My computer crashed after like 20 minutes 3 times. That's what happens when somebody's like, I could make a game. I know what I want. I could make a game. That's what happens. Paradise Island is what happens. He's got a big, heavy little amp. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay, okay. 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 Holy shit. Okay, so that door opened, but can I go in here too? Oh, okay. I was gonna be like, there's no way there's nothing, but... Memories! I like the little memory game, it's cute. What am I gonna play after this, guys? Oh, I think Red Dead's coming out soon. Right? The first one, the first Red Dead is coming to PC. Well, if this is how Mass Effect is acting, I don't think I can get any newer games. Oh, I meant after 3. Like, I meant after, like, what do I play, like, after Mass Effect? Like, as a whole. Holy crap, are you gonna give me the other thing I need? There it is. I'm probably not playing Andromeda, though. From what I've been told, it's not worth. But I think, yeah, I think the first Red Dead is coming to PC.
Malin, alive, unharmed. No signs of restraint, no evidence of torture. Don't understand.
For such a smart man, Professor, you always had trouble seeing evidence that disagreed with your preconceptions. How long will it take you to admit that I'm here because I wish to be here?
No, I've never played 1.
Maybe the Werelock brainwashed.
I've only played 2
and
and online.
Control.
Unlikely. Pupil's normal. Body language consistent with standard metabolic state.
Please, Professor, you wrote a paper on this. Forced behavior modification always results in mental degradation. Whether from Reaper indoctrination or drugs, test subjects
I heard
always
Elden Ring
lose
is a
higher
good game to
cognitive
get
function.
into.
Not brainwashed or
Listen,
conditioned. Need Malin
you
at
guys
peak capacity
know.
for work.
You
Must be
know
ultimate
I love
source of
Elden
coercion.
Ring. You know how much I love Elden Ring, but my Elden Ring streams are terrible. My Elden Ring streams are like, there's no fucking point. Like, no one talks. No, like, they're like the worst numbers. Like, people, like, as much as I love Elden Ring, like, it's clearly, like, people don't want to see it. Which is whatever.
He wasn't kidnapped.
I'll learn
He
to
came here
speedrun it in my own
voluntarily
free
to cure
time.
The genophage.
Impossible. Whole team agreed. Project necessary.
How was I
No, it's
supposed
not
to
Elden
disagree
Ring
with
stress,
great
it's
Dr.
just...
Solus? I was your student. I look up to you.
My
Live
people
subjects,
don't
prisoners,
want to watch
torture,
Elden
and
Ring, I
execution.
guess.
You'll
I don't
do
know
it?
how else to explain
Already
it.
got the blood of millions on our hands, Doctor. It takes a bit more to put things right. I can deal with that.
Why work with Clan Werelock? And how did you access the genophage data?
The data was easy to obtain. We all still had
Have you
clearance. We were
tried
heroes.
playing
All I had
Elden
to
Ring
do
with
was
your
ask.
feet?
As for the Werelock, they were the only clan with both the resources
Like
and
on a
commitment.
dance pad or like controlling the controller with my feet? Because I feel like those are two very different audiences that I will be attracting. I feel like that's two very different types of people.
We committed cultural genocide. Nothing I do will ever be justified. The experiments are monstrous because I was taught to be a monster.
Both compare the numbers. Elden Ring DDR. No, that's a thing. Like, genuinely, honestly, swear to God, I actually know of and have watched streamers that have beaten Elden Ring on a dance pad. I've seen it. It's a very common challenge nowadays.
You talked about killing, but the genophage
Because you can
is
essentially
illegal. It
program
only
it
affects
for the
fertility rates.
Krogan fight over
You know,
fertile females.
controller
They become
buttons.
mercenaries or pirates because they see no alternative. They would be thriving in a cultural renaissance now.
I don't mind the Elden Ring streams. The only reason I don't talk a ton is my lack of playtime.
Krogan population was in war.
As in 0.
Simulations were clear.
I really do. Like, I really, like, this is something that, like, I really would like to learn how to do. But I feel like it's gonna be something where it's like, you guys are literally going to have to watch me play the same game multiple times in a row to just get faster and faster and faster and faster and faster at it. And I feel like if you don't have an interest in Souls games or Elden Ring or speedrunning, it's gonna be not entertaining to watch. Does that make sense? So, like, if me just playing the game and doing my first playthrough and learning the game and exploring are some of my, like, least popular streams, I feel like it's just gonna be essentially channel suicide to be like, all right, guys, let's watch this game that you already don't really care about too much and just watch me play it 100 times to get faster and faster and faster at it. But there is a whole speedrunning community out there. You know, there are people who watch that, and there are people who participate in that, and there are people who will watch other streamers to try to like help them and train them. But how do you get into that? How do you get into that community? I don't know. Maybe my Elden Ring maybe my Elden Ring obsession will fade off soon.
It only affects fertility rates.
Krogan
It
fight
hasn't in
over
like a
fertile
year, so I don't know.
They become mercenaries or pirates because they see no alternative. They would be thriving in a cultural renaissance now had we not decided that this is what they deserved.
Wow.
Inaccurate. Krogan population resulted in war. Simulations were clear.
Wow.
Malin clearly doesn't need rescuing. What do you want to do?
Have to end this.
You can't face the truth, can you?
Oh,
Can't
okay.
admit
Gotta
that your
fight.
brilliant mind led you to commit an atrocity.
Oh, or not.
Unacceptable experiments. Unacceptable goals. Won't change. No choice. Have to kill you.
Wait. You don't need to do this, Morden. You're not a murderer.
No. Not a murderer. Thank you, Shepard.
Woo.
Finished, Malin. Get out. No Weirlock left. Project over.
What if he talks to more Krogan? Tells the public
Bubbles is playing Core Keeper.
Special tasks group good at covering
Core Keeper
tracks.
is so fun, guys. Has anyone played
No
it?
proof. Weirlock willingness to work with Salarian. Unusual. Other Krogan will kill him.
I've been playing it on my Steam Deck.
Worried
though.
that he'll start his research again?
I always
No,
let him kill
blocking
him.
this
No,
unit.
I need the
Special
Paragon
task
point.
group can cut access to old data. Could start from scratch. Decades of work, though. Didn't teach you everything I knew.
What if he talks to more Krogan?
Special task. Weirlock willingness to work with
Okay,
Salarian.
here we go.
Unusual. Other Krogan will kill him.
You heard the professor. Get out before he
You
changes
play
his
Renegade?
mind.
Where am I supposed to go, Professor?
Don't care. Try Omega.
You weren't a
Can
huge
always
fan?
use another
I liked it.
The Krogan
I
didn't
find
deserve
it
what we did
very,
to them, Professor. The genophage needs to end.
very Minecraft and
Not
Stardew
like this.
had a
Apologies,
baby
Commander.
together.
Misunderstood mission parameters. No kidnapping. My mistake.
Shepard's eyes and face look crazy on. Wait, do they change? Wait. Does it physically affect you? Like physically changes you? Like in like Fable? Oh, ad breaky. Okay, I'll wait. To debate on Elden Ring playstyles. AI is so goofy. Okay. Are you okay?
Don't worry about me, Morden. How are you doing?
Should have killed him. Wanted to. Easier than listening. Easier for him, too. Experiments indicate how far he's fallen. Expected it from Krogan. Not one of mine.
Yeah, I healed my scars. Found a spot of racism?
Maybe you'll remember that the next time you're discussing the ethics of the genophage.
Yes. So many variables. Stress responses. Impossible to truly predict. Something to think about. Malin's research. Only loose end. Could destroy it. Closure. Security. Still valuable, though.
I get what you're saying about Elden Ring. I like to support a good streamer and people, so to me it doesn't matter what you play, I'm here for it. Well, I appreciate it, but so next time I play Elden Ring, chat more and like ask me questions and stuff because it helps. It also helps me like learn.
This is the research that includes
Like I
tests
know
on
Elden
living
Ring.
victims.
I've beaten Elden Ring several times, but
Right
like
now, victims died for
to
nothing.
speedrun it, I
Keep
have to learn
use
it really
That's worth
well.
something.
You know.
Malin's work could cure genophage. Don't know. Effects on Krogan. Effects on Galaxy. Too many variables. Too many
Like
variables.
I'm literally gonna have to practice boss fights over and over and over again to like learn them. Like it's gonna be a lot of just grindy.
You regret what the Krogan have become.
Maybe I'll
You
do
see
it
the
like once a
horror of
week
what
or
they did
something.
here, but you see the loss too.
Because right now I'm doing it
Wasted
with
potential.
Yaga
They
on
don't deserve
Wednesdays,
this,
but
Morden. Save the data.
it's not
Point
really
taken,
doing well,
Shepard.
you know.
Capturing data. Wiping. Local copy.
Oh, Rachel, I asked you
Still years away from cure,
what like the physical changes
closer to
are.
starting from scratch.
Does your
Done.
character
Ready to
physically
go. Ready to
change
be
like in
off to
Fallout,
Tucson.
like if you go
Anywhere
evil?
else. Maybe somewhere sunny.
You can go.
Let's get out of here.
The cure. All right, can I swap for Grunt so that I can finish Grunt's thing? If you renegade, your face scars from the serifs get darker and your eyes are red. Ooh, that's cool. I just don't want to ask silly questions because some streams that I've been in the past, they were like, how do you not know this? Have you even played the game? And then that's when you say like, no, I've never played the game. I'm just watching you because I enjoy watching you, you know? My eyes are red. I think it happens to everyone. Well, I did choose the white/silver eyes. Like I did choose that in the first game. So I don't even know if my eyes would get lighter or brighter or anything by choosing the Paragon choices. I see what you mean. I would say best bet would be trying to do a couple streams and maybe inch your way into that part of the Elden group like once a week. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So like maybe after Yaga and I finish our New Game Plus together, maybe I'll figure something out. There's gonna be a lot of practice and stuff, you know. I'm good for an obvious question every so often. It's true. I really don't mind it. Like, I really, really don't mind it. The only time I don't really like, I just don't like backseating in the sense where, like, I just don't like somebody telling me exactly what to do, how to solve something, like, exactly. You know? There we go, requesting squad member. Alright, so I can swap out Grunt, and I guess we'll keep Jack for now. Wow. 22. Holy shit. Okay, so let's get all these. And then we'll go to... yeah, we'll do multiple enemies. We like that. Yeah, but I mean, like, especially if it's a new game. Like, sometimes I'll play puzzle games and, like, chat will actually be, like, trying to figure out the puzzle with me. And I find, like, that's different, you know? Like, I feel like that's different when people are like, oh, maybe this will work, or, like, maybe this will work. So, I like that. That's stupid questions aren't always bad, I guess I can say, is what I'm trying to say. The long way of saying stupid questions aren't always bad. All right. I'm going to take one more minute just because my nose is running really, really bad right now. And I don't know why. So I'm going to take one more minute and then we'll finish. know why my nose just like suddenly got really like full-blown faucet.
What did I tell you, honey? Isn't
My
it
head kind of hurts a little bit too,
You
which
were
is
Captain.
definitely
I
just
told you the blood pack only wants Krogan.
part of my
Take your business
sinuses
to the clan
bothering
leader
me.
and keep your running pet on a short leash. Get him the right soon or put him down.
You know what's wrong with him. What he needs?
There's nothing wrong with
Good
him.
night,
Just go
Rachel.
speak
Thank
to
you
the
for
clan
being
leader.
here. Always good to see you.
And the Solarians, too. Those little bastards think they're so smart. Needed us to fight the rat guy, though, didn't they? Couldn't take us to bear fight. Protecting you from disease. That's a cut.
Clan Erdnot has increased in strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock.
Oh, that's
It
good.
appears the Erdnot raided the weakened Werlock base for leftover weapons and supplies. Also, I have been unable to access local medical records. I suggest asking the local clan leader for assistance with Grunt's prop.
Were you around when
I was going to do
Counted
that.
13 guards since we came in. They afraid someone's gonna invade this planet?
Hello.
Good Baron.
Hello. Little baby.
Good Baron. Stay.
Hello.
Greetings, human. My name is Ratch. Have a look at what I've got.
No hate. Look at, he's very nice.
Everyone I talk to hates that aliens are an Erdnot. Except you.
I don't have the luxury of turning away paying customers. I do enough business off-world to know that you aliens have more credits than people here do.
Okay, what you got?
What do you have in stock?
Most of it's food and drink that's toxic to humans. Rincall's a local favorite. Don't try to act tough, it'll tear your insides apart.
Okay,
He's
so
not joking. Rincall hits aliens like ground glass.
Otherwise, I've got weapons, scrap, and whatever food those pie jocks don't steal, which isn't much. Take a look at my kiosk.
that's something I
over
would
there
do
you
if I was
wanna
trying to
buy
speed Dark Souls 3, having like 10 characters in the speedrunner loner stars. But dying at the end of the fight. Yes, yeah, you're exactly right. You would have like so another thing that a lot of speedrunners do, which I'll have to figure out, is they have like save state loaders. So they'll be like, this is a save before this boss, this is a save before this boss, and same thing like what you just said, like they would just die at the end to like learn the boss.
I'm a good shot. Maybe I can help out with the pie jacks.
Feel free. You can use the console out there to control the guns. Make a dent in the pie jock population, and you get a discount.
Oh my gosh, he wants me to kill the little monkeys.
I should go.
Suit yourself.
He wants me to kill the little monkeys.
I'll take it.
I'll take it. Like what Chaos does? I don't think Chaos does it on purpose though. Horseman. You can load an autosave. Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Something like that.
Children, probably 5 years from the right.
I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out something to play. I'll figure out something to play. It's this way.
Son, good for you. We'll get a ring call to celebrate.
I just, it's one of those things where like, I hate to keep talking about it, but I also feel like transparency is very important, and people shouldn't pretend to not care about things that bother them. But I also feel like just like in general, like everybody on Twitch is just like not interested anymore. You know, like viewership is down all over. People who like were full-time streamers like have to quit and go get jobs because like it's just the community of Twitch as a whole is just down.
Yes, Shepard. Speak up so I can get back to business. What do you want?
Alright, what's wrong with Grunt?
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
This Krogan Krogan smells like a juvenile.
You just sniff my
Was
friend.
his clan destroyed before he was taught how to live?
I have no clan. I was tank bred by the warlord Okir. My line distilled from Kredak, Moro, Shiagar, Turg, Rend, Violetta.
You are the offspring of a syringe, not fit to walk to Chanka.
I am pure Krogan. You should be in awe.
You are the product of Okir? He's well hated.
He is dead.
Too bad. Hate is good. Influential.
This is all very
What's
interesting,
wrong?
but I need Grunt back up to speed. What's wrong with him?
There's nothing wrong with him. He's becoming a full adult.
You mean puberty? Grunt's growing up?
Nothing so infirm. He's becoming an adult. He must face the rite of passage.
I will not allow this. You risk your status, Reed.
You can't. Are you gonna tell the leader of the clan no? I don't think so.
Do you wish to become Erdnot Grunt?
I think the Twitch scene is dying off a little bit, partly due to some of the random things you end up seeing, like on Twitter, about some, let's just say, shady practices. Are you trying to say all of the terrible human beings that are on Twitch that are making millions of dollars? Is that what you mean? The terrible human pieces of garbage?
What does the rite of passage require?
You're not wrong.
The shaman will discuss
But I just
Grunt will
you know,
succeed,
people
or he'll die.
we're home
just like
for
the rest of
COVID
us.
and just it's just different now, you know? Which is fine. It's fine.
You would
It's
allow
fine.
a cloned Krogan to join Clan Erdnot?
No,
This makes
I
me
would
sad.
not. But Warlord Okir is well known. Grunt could win us some influence. Clan Erdnot can't stay dominant forever. Some of our people will never accept this. We'll have to see how Grunt fares in the right.
Well, it's up to
This is
him.
his choice.
I also have to pee again
It is in
because I
my
drank
blood.
like almost an entire
It is
cup.
what I am for.
Then speak with the shaman. Seek him here, and prepare yourself. You as well, Shepard. Grunt is your crew. You are part of this.
So I just like okay. Not necessarily them, but also the ones who run the place. Like, but for sure, the audience is also less reliant on streaming platforms for their entertainment. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
See that special they had on the
Go piss, girl. Okay, I will, because I actually do have to.
This is the great Krogan homeworld. This
And
is
hopefully
the
that'll
land
be
of Kredak,
hopefully that'll be the last
Shiagar,
time before the
Wild.
end of
This
stream.
chunk of
All right, I'll be
rock
right
is
back one
barely
more time.
worth standing on. Never thought I'd miss the tank.
Okay. Thank you for waiting. Those of you that waited. Right. So now we have to talk to Shaman, they said, which...
Step back.
I think
My
was one of
Baron
these
is
guys.
hungry.
Let's see what the human can do.
Oh, yay. Fill for wretch. Whoa. Ooh, I don't like this. Use the space bar to fire. I don't like this. Cool. This is really hard to do. Wave completed. Oh, there's more? Cool. Oh, okay, good thing that one hit because I didn't mean to launch that one twice. This is fucked up. Poor little monkeys that are trying to live their lives. This is so fucked up. Monkey! Whack-a-mole, but in space. So fuck. Did I get him, I think? 2 for 1. Got him. Got him. Another 2-fer. No! Shoot! You son of a... Completed! Yay! Yay!
My scout made it back. We've got him at the tent. Doesn't remember much beyond getting tortured, but he remembers you.
Oh, yay.
Said you yelled at him until he got his hump out of that basin back here. You've got a quad, human. Thanks for saving my scout. Saves me having to train another one.
No problem, buddy.
Don't your storehouses have automated defenses?
Why bother? Half of what we eat is vermin.
Honestly, I'd
Everyone
almost
over
be tempted to get the game and
systems.
practice
We
whatever
don't use
route
them to guard grain.
with, since it can be useful to
got
have someone to
weapons
bounce ideas or
stockpiles to
strategies
take
off
care
of.
of.
Oh,
Beyond
that,
that,
and
our
especially
women and children
like
get the
sometimes, like
security.
Laz, you've done this in the past for me in other games where I've been like, oh my god, does this work? And you've like opened your game and like tried something. So like that's also super helpful. But it is kind of an expensive game. I would really like I would really like to do like a group of like seamless co-op. Like that's something that I think would be so fun. So fun.
Taking care of your food supply would help more in the long run.
If Clan Jordan kills our guards and helps itself to our well-secured food, there won't be a long term. This is Tachanka. Having power and clean water means we're living in luxury.
Your enemies go after civilians?
Easiest way to wipe out a clan. Women and kids can fight, but they're always outnumbered if another clan goes after them. If its women and children are killed, a clan's hope for the future is lost, falls apart. As for us, we take prisoners if we can. Raise them ourselves. Their clan's loss is our gain.
That's
Taking
not
care
the
of your
best
food
solution.
supply would help more in the long run.
If Clan Jordan kills our guards and helps itself
Yeah.
to our well-secured food,
Does one need to
there
play
won't be a
Bloodborne? No.
long-term.
Nope, they
This
are
is
not
Tachanka.
connected.
Having power and clean
in any
water
way.
means we're living in luxury.
Don't your storehouses have automated defenses?
Why bother? Half of what we eat is vermin.
Ew.
And if we get hold of defense systems, we don't use them to guard grain. We've got weapons stockpiles to take care of. Beyond that, our women and children get the security.
Thanks.
Thanks for the information.
Don't know about the rest of your species.
One wrong step, Shepard.
Oh, that dog.
Non-retiring.
That dog almost got me. But yes, it would be PC version laws, because it would be modded. Okay, so where is the other guy?
The Citadel Presidium is a big statue of a Krogan right in the middle. Well, I'm not gonna damn sorry.
This one? Yeah, the shaman.
Is the leader Rex would have been. I have nothing to say to you the moment they drop their guard. I don't care.
Okay. Female clans don't see. Oh, okay.
Go beyond yourself,
Wish
Captain
Bloodborne wasn't
Rank.
launched to PlayStation.
The
Same
rights
for
of
Doom.
Earth
There's a
are
bunch of them. Like,
How do we
I
know
think
the
I've only
challenger?
seen Demon.
Unnatural.
No, I think I've
The
seen Dark
beasts have the
Souls
right to
1 and
ignore
Dark
him like a
Souls
lump of plastic.
3 on PC.
Ain't no blood, no matter the
But no
wound.
Bloodborne, no Demon Souls.
I'll speak for myself. This is the tank.
I do want to
bread.
play Bloodborne, I think, is the only other one that I'm kind of interested in.
Smells correct as well. Your
I like the kind of
protests ring hollow,
steampunky
Uvac.
design it's got going.
Erdnot Reeve has given us permission to seek clan status for Grunt.
Permission. That is good enough, if lacking in spirit. If this must stand on ritual, then I invoke a denial. My Krant stands against him. He has no one. My patience is tested, but Uvank invokes correctly. Grunt, who is your Krant? Your allies willing to kill and die on your behalf.
He's like, what the fuck? What is your Krant?
How is a candidate tested if he brings backup on his rite of passage?
Not every Krogan can be the strongest warrior, but each must inspire his peers to battle at his side. If the ones who know you best can find nothing worthy in you, you should wander the wastes and die alone before you weaken my clan.
How is a candidate
Okay,
tested?
so it's the same one. Okay.
If the ones who know you
Okay.
best can find nothing worthy in you,
We stand with Grunt as shipmates and comrades.
shipmates are not the same thing. But I grant you aliens your simple interpretation. Aliens don't know strength. My followers are true Krogan. Everything about Grunt is a lie.
What the hell is your issue? What have you got against Grunt?
It doesn't matter if one of our own made him. He is a manipulation. He may as well be the genophage in the flesh.
Wow, that's kind of fucked up.
Genophage defines the weak. My bloodline will make us stronger.
You sound like radicals who weaken us. Change threatens our very core. We are returning to the old ways.
This is about politics. You maneuver like the Citadel Council. Does your Krant also fight with words?
You dare slander me in such a way? Impressive. You challenged with words, their natural weapon. And your Krant sees how your position weakens, Uvank. Shaman, you cannot decide in his favor. What about Krogan tradition if you pollute the rite? You dare. I was a warrior before your mother was born. I speak with the authority of centuries. I decide who is worthy. That is the end of it. I have other means to oppose this. You have provoked them. Reason enough for me to like you. They're your problem now.
I know all 3 Dark Souls are at least on Xbox One. No idea what's left to the new gen consoles or aren't on PC yet, since I haven't gotten that far into PC. I've seen 1 remastered and I've seen 3. I haven't looked. haven't looked any further than that. 2 is very well possible on PC. I just haven't looked.
Do we need any
But I've
special equipment?
definitely seen 1 and 3.
Begin the rite. Only the candidate and his craft.
Is that Michael Dorn?
You love battle, don't you?
I can't
Shepard?
tell who anybody's voices are because they've got like filters on them, kind
Bring your
of.
love of the fight to Grunt's trial, and he will succeed.
Is that Krogan gonna be a problem?
He is forbidden to interfere, will he? During the rite of passage, you must be ready for anything, Shepard.
Right.
From what you've shown me, you will not disappoint.
Right. Alright, let's go.
We're ready. Let's do this.
It is Michael Dorn?
Excellent.
Nice. Nice catch. Nice catch. Oh, my nose is itchy. Okay, so I have Grunt. And then who's probably strongest for me? Huh. Jack does have the ricochet thingy. Right. 2 is available somewhere on PC. I've heard mixed feelings. I feel like 2 is either people's like absolute favorite or they don't like it at all. But yeah, I think I want to play Bloodborne if it ever makes it to PC. That's probably the only one that I have interest in, honestly. And I do want to finish Lies of P, which I did not finish because I was struggling to play Elden Ring and Lies of P at the same time. And the timing is a little different.
This is Tachanka's most
What unusual
recent
activity
star.
has people competing over a seemingly mundane garden creature?
The
Is it like
keystone
Groundhog
was
Day?
at the heart. It has survived wars.
Well, no, 'cause
and
it's
the
not
passage of
competing.
Centuries. It endures, like the Krogan. If you wish to join Clan Erdnot, you must contemplate the keystone and its trials.
What will happen?
Who knows? You must adapt. You must thrive no matter the situation. Any true Krogan will.
Okay. Keystone activate.
Let's get started.
First the Krogan conquered Tuchanka and mastered a natural world only we are fit to hold.
Oh, fuck.
Here they come. I'm ready.
Mundane garden creature? Yeah. Mundane garden creature. Worm Charming is a quirky competition which pokes earthworms out of the ground. What the fuck? People are so weird, dude.
There. These beasts will know I'm worthy.
Going to Souls-like games can be a shock to your brain if you can't readjust. Yeah, and Lies of P definitely is more parry, like parry and block reliant, whereas Elden Ring is more like dodge reliant. And I was playing, and I couldn't do both. My brain couldn't do both.
I see them. They'll all die.
Nice. Oh, where's my fucking team? Wow. Love that. Love that for me.
First the Krogan conquered Tuchanka and mastered a natural world only we are fit to hold.
Here they come. I'm ready.
Because you started with 3. Oh yeah, especially when you go backwards in franchises and like you go from a game that like has improved and has added like mechanics and stuff, and then you go backwards to like one of the games and you're like, oh yeah. But, like Borderlands, like I love the Borderlands games, and I went back to 1 recently and I'm just like, oh my god, everything is so slow and everything is so clunky, and like you don't have sliding and you don't have grappling and you don't have, like, I'm just like, holy shit, like going backwards in games is very jarring.
I can take you all.
Made so long ago, I know. What the fuck is hitting me? Oh my god, where are these guys coming from? Like, where is my team? I'm trying to get all this stuff. Alright, I want to get this one as well, but last time I went for this one, nobody covered my asshole.
Here they come.
Fuck.
I'm ready.
Nothing can stop me.
Are you gonna cover me for 30 seconds, please? Oh fuck, I fucked it up by getting out of it. Because I was afraid they wouldn't cover me. I feel like there's no way this entire thing is just these dogs, right?
People know I'm worthy.
Journal updated. Oh yeah, activate the keystone. Okay, cool. Can I hack this now, or is it locked out? I think it's locked out. Shit.
Ready for another
Well,
round,
shit.
Shepard. Tag the keystone.
Keystone, my dude. It's called a button.
Then the Krogan were lifted to the stars to destroy the fears of a galaxy. An enemy only we could chase to their lair.
What is that?
Crawlers.
What is that? Oh my god. I'd so much rather you didn't, my guy. I do think it's funny that these are called Pinxel. I know Dasher and Dancer and Pinxel. Can you not? Go, you're gonna blow up, baby. Yep, I knew it. I need to move. Alright, get up, Jack. Don't let the exploding worm men hurt you. The exploding worm men aren't real, they can't hurt you.
Trouble incoming.
I need to get ammo. It's literally right over there. Ah!
Taking fire.
Get ammo, get ammo, get ammo. Why are we going so slow? Why are we going so slow? Oh my god, where are my teammates again? Dude, I swear, I'm gonna end a bitch.
I'll put them down.
I'm gonna end a bitch. skulls on their heads? Is that what I'm seeing?
Now you're dead. One more.
No way! These things take so many bullets! I'm gonna die. Where the hell is Jack? I need this ammo. Okay, ammo.
You need to trigger the keystone to continue the right.
Oh, yeah? Sure, I'll get right on that. Where the fuck is... Where are my friends?
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Hi, Paul. How are you? Good to see you. Hope you're well.
Now, all Krogan bear the genophage. Our reward, our curse. It is a fight where the only goal is survival.
Now what? Now what?
Feel that? Everything is shaking.
Now what? Now what? Wait, I saw something that said armor. Oh my. Oh my. This just turned into something very interesting.
Finally, an enemy worth fighting.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Okay, so not a fun time. Where is it now? Holy no damage. Holy no damage. Holy no damage. Jeez Louise is right. And it spits...
My shields are down.
It spits poison. Which apparently breaks through literally everything. Okay, so he's gonna come back on the other side now. This. Oh no, he's in front. No, don't spit on me. Okay, is it gonna go this side? Survive. Sure. When you put it that way. Ooh. Okay, well, I'm not really doing very good at surviving. There's also ammo. Shit. Hand me. Okay. Can you? No, you can't take cover? Okay, there we go. I need to survive for 3 minutes, my guy. What the? Oh, I hit the wrong button. I meant to turn that on. There we go. Oopsies. Oh, please die. Big game hunter, let's go. I did it. I shot the big monster.
We have company. Good. I want more.
You live, and you brought down the Thresher Maw. No one has done that in generations. Word Not Rex was the last.
My crap gave me strength beyond my genes, which are damn good.
True. Your alien found weakness in some of my krem. I wonder, you say you're pure. Okirk instructed you? No alien meddling?
He's the ultimate Krogan.
Best Krogan traits are distilled into Grunt. He's designed to be perfect.
Being designed is the problem, but not made by aliens. And he is truly powerful. That is a tolerable loophole.
A what?
A reason to accept you. You are a mistake, but your potential could tip the current balance of the clans.
You spit on my father's name, on Shepard's name, but now you stop ranting because I'm strong.
Correct.
With restrictions.
Correct.
You could not breed, of course, or serve on an alien ship, but you'd be clan in name.
Talk like he's a thing. You're after his power. You don't really want him in your clan.
Of course not. I didn't really want to cooperate with Clan Erdnot either, but I had to. Clan Gatatog is on the verge, either of greatness or of joining the dust. I get
So you're a
traditional
hoe,
support
okay.
if I fight you, and reformer support if I back you. Your rite of passage tipped that balance too.
It's up to you, bud.
It's your choice, Grunt. Sounds like an easy job.
That's the problem. I'm pure Krogan. Ulvik, you were the pretender.
Your head is valuable, whether you're alive or dead.
Just try to take it.
And we're back in a fight. Okay. Okay. You are in the way, sir. Thank you, Jack. Is he dead? Oh, he's not dead. Okay. 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 See, grenade launcher! Let's not do that. Who is screaming?
Watch it! Heading up close.
Who is screaming? Oh my god. I need to get behind cover. I need to get behind cover. I'm stuck on... What am I stuck on? I was like stuck in the environment, like right here. I couldn't move. Look at... Again, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. It's so stupid. Oh my god, they the hitboxes. It wasn't a stick, it was a rock.
Can't hide from me.
Where the fuck is he?
Krogan coming at us.
There's Krogans coming from every single direction. What do you mean? He's like, Krogan coming at us. No shit. Like, have you seen?
Me, dumbass.
Oh, you walked in front of me, dumbass.
Taking heavy fire.
Oh, thank you. Holy smokes. Damn sticky rocks. I know. That was such bullshit, though, honestly.
Headed your way.
Like, I straight up got stuck there. Like, that was bullshit. Right, you need to run though. You need to run though, because he's right on your face.
One more.
I hate this. I have 2 other companions, you bitch. Like, go deal with them.
Right on your ass. I'll put them down.
Ooh, get wrecked. Get shit on. Get shit on!
And leave him to rot.
Get shit on! Alright! I'm champion! Get shit on! Your ass! I can't read the achievements!
You have passed the rite of passage, earning the honor of clan and name. Many survive, but it has been years since a Thresher Maw fell. Your names shall live.
It wasn't even that hard, honestly.
Grunt, you are Erdnot. You may now own
The one
property.
feature no one knew they hated so much.
To serve under a battle master.
Shepard is my battle master. She has no match.
Hell yeah.
Understood.
Poop Shepherd for the win.
Congratulations, Urdnot Grunt.
I just have to
Accept this token
consistently
from
remind
Voltac.
you that my character's
His
name is
weapons
Poop.
are the finest we have.
He's getting
What were you called
knighted.
before
They
you
almost
became
kissed.
shaman?
Did you see their
I gave
face?
up my name when I became the shaman. I am a conduit for the rage and bloodlust of my people. It would be wrong to retain my old identity. My life belongs to the clan.
I want to know about
My
Tuchanka's
space heater
past.
wasn't working, so I tried plugging it in, another plug, nothing. So I brought it to another plug, nothing. So I whacked it really hard and tried again, and it works.
Survival is an
Hashtag
honor,
Krogan
and here,
style.
Krogan thrive. We
just
cover
did
this
the Unga
planet with our
Bunga style.
civilization, only to burn it to the ground a dozen times over. Each time we grow stronger. When we are wise and powerful enough, we will tame the planet forever.
I've never heard anyone say that wiping out their own civilization was a good thing.
I'd have thought you, of all aliens, would understand.
I'm not an alien.
Krogan empires and clans of the
Literally
past
everybody
were
else
glorious,
is, except for me.
built in great battles and conquests, but their cores were weak.
When Tech needs a little smack.
How else could they have fallen? When Krogan civilization achieves its apex, there will be no stopping it. No stopping us.
Okay.
Tell me about Krogan rites and ceremonies.
You have seen the rite of passage. Krogan suffer the rite of life at birth, and the rite of honor when they wish to be considered for breeding. The rite of firsts
Shake
is
the
suffered
wires.
before a Krogan faces
Just give him a
new
little
enemy.
flick.
A clan leader also undergoes
Turn it off
many
and turn it back
rites
on.
in service to the clan.
What rites did you go through to become chief shaman?
Shaman.
Becoming the shaman is excruciating. I passed through rites that made me wish to die. I carry the scars on my soul.
Everybody
I
is
must perform
so
rites each
extra.
dawn and dusk to keep me bound into our Krogan nature. Our spirit is one of violence and death. I must be attuned to that.
Your job is awful.
Indeed.
Your job is awful. Indeed.
I should go.
Oh, that was
May
funny.
your foes be strong enough to keep you sharp.
Thank
What's
you.
this?
Ooh, what's this? Yay! Yay!
You don't have the plate. You hear that the tank bred and the human killed the
Oh wait, now how do I leave?
Hasn't been done
This way, right? This way, yeah. All right, so we did a whole bunch of loyalty missions. Well, we did a couple. We did Morden's, we did Grunt's, we did Tali's loyalty missions.
Go to the clan leader. Urdnot Grunt, you can go where you want.
Oh wait, do I have to go back to the clan leader now? No. Oh, I have to return to the merchant though. Hold on, where's the merchant?
The Blood Pack recruits Krogan.
This way. If the AI are listening, I would never shake or smack robots. No, definitely not. Let me in. Let me in. Alright, where's the merchant?
Were you around when the female camps and the children over last week? No.
This guy? Yeah, this guy.
Dealing with them.
Hello.
You killed a
I killed those things for you.
Welcome, Urdnot Grunt. My name is Ratch. You and your Krant will find many items of interest in my
I don't like being called a
The
Krant.
human is my battle master.
Of course. There's not much here for humans, but you can take a look if you want.
Wait, I did the
Everyone I talk
things.
to hates
I do enough business off-world to know that you aliens have more
But I did the
power.
Pyjax things.
Started using the mounted defense cannons to stop
Why'd you
them.
call the Pyjax?
Said they were stowaways. They swarmed off a ship and started stealing food and
I can't imagine.
one ball of Pyjak dung nailed the leader of Clan Force.
I did this, though.
Suit yourself.
Is this not the right person?
Seeing those vermin roasting in the heat
Oh,
from
okay.
an explosive shell. I swear it was glorious.
That was
It was
weird.
a lot of fun.
Help yourself to more. I'll give you a discount at my store. Anything
That
you
was
want,
really weird.
you buy at cost.
I should go.
Suit yourself.
Hijack meat. Sure. I don't know what you do with hijack meat, but sure. Hear me out. What if the robots are masochists? That's true. That is also very true. Also, like, AI in general, like, kind of scares me. Like, sometimes Frosty says stuff and I'm like, how do you know? Or like, for example, like the Alexa that we have downstairs in the kitchen can tell mine and my mom's voices apart, which, like, yeah, of course. Like, of course, because we have different voices. But like, it literally, I asked it what time it was and it was like, it is whatever. And I always say thank you just because I'm just a polite person. And so yes, I thank my robots. So I was like, oh, thanks, Alexa. And she was like, you're welcome, Krista. And I was like, whoa. And my mom was like, Alexa, how do you know who Krista is? And so Alexa was like, oh, I'm programmed to like tell the difference between like users and stuff like that or whatever. But it was just like so, it was so weird. We were just like, how do you know? How do you know who I am? All right, I don't think we have anything kind of quick. She's not bad, she's just programmed that way. I know. All right, so do we have anything that's like super quick? Like a half hour-ish. All right, let's do this one, I guess. Enter the Eclipse base on planet Lorek. Okay. Like, have you guys ever seen the movie, what was it, Smart House? I don't need to piss, girl. There's like a lot of stuff here. Shadow Broker base. What's this? Okay. Who's Dr. Kenson? And like, why do I have this thing? Sure, let's go here. I don't know. I don't know. We're just doing something to pass a little bit more time before I end stream. Sorry. I hated what bits I did see of that, partly because it's not unrealistic at this point. Was it? It was an older. It was an older movie. I don't think they even had. Like, AI wasn't even like really a thing. It was just starting to be a thing. So I think it came out in the late 90s, early 2000s. Let me preface. AI has been around for a while, I'm sure, but I meant like popular. Popular. I know about popular.
Access is restricted. Enter authorization code.
Oh, sure, I'll just cut the power, I guess. No more of this. Death to my passenger. Yeah, like, who was... So I saw somebody... Yeah, I saw somebody who just, like, turned, like, the self-parking on to, like, park their car. And I was like, you're not even gonna, like, look or anything? And they're like, no, I don't need to. Oh, okay. Sure. Mostly a gimmick. I had to look up Smart House. It was a movie. It was a Disney Channel movie. Yeah, it was a
Parents
Disney
must send their
Channel
prisoners down here
movie.
to die. I have to find Dr. Kenson now.
Like, can I not jump down? How do I can't get down? Why? I can't get down. Okay, so I did that. Now if I push this, does it let me cross? Yeah, okay.
This place is run down. Prison.
I'm stuck on nothing again. I can't go. I did, yeah, Katie Seagal.
Get your hands off me!
Katie Seagal. Maybe it's because I didn't restart my computer before stream and it's been on for like a couple days. Maybe that's the lag?
Access is restricted. Enter authorization code.
Okay, so I came from this way. Okay, I can't go that way. Is there anything I can shoot? Okay, so I guess we keep going. We can't. Oh, is this? Okay, this probably goes here. Oh. I was literally almost standing there. What does that do? Turns that one off. Woo. Okay. Oh, look, a door.
They wanted to slam an asteroid into the massive planet. Can they even do that? What difference does it make? We caught them.
I always like to see, like, so this is what? This is a tray? Is this a food tray? So, like, you're supposed to just put the food in these little tiny little things. Like, I like seeing what people think the future or, like, what space would look like. Like, this is just a, this is just a coffee maker. This is just a coffee maker. Like, so you mean to tell me in the however many years into the future in space, coffee makers haven't changed? We have discovered the perfect, we've already invented the perfect coffee maker. It doesn't need any improvement. I don't know if I was supposed to kill these dudes, so I just did. What the fuck? Alright, the lag, I would love it if it just like stopped. Like why am I lagging right now? There's nothing going on. See? Woo! Come on. Apparently we've also invented the perfect garbage can. French press versus mocha pot. Oh. Real. Oh. Okay, thank you. Alright, did I go in there? Yeah, that's okay. That's there. Okay. So then here. Blur. Wait, I was already here. This is a circle. Hold on. Okay, from here to here. I went in there. So... Can't go that way. Alright, I went in here, right? Yeah, and that went out. Okay, there's some ammo. Oh, is this the same door? Oh, wait, they all look the same. Okay, so I've definitely been in here, because this is... Okay, so maybe I haven't been in this one. Maybe it just looks the same? Wait. I'm all fucked up. Hello? Yeah, I think I've been here too. What? Alright, I'm confusion. Okay, so this is back here. Okay. This goes there, that was there. I've been here. Alright, is this where I need to keep going? That way to this way. No, this goes in a loop. See? I think up there? Can I go there? Here. Into... Oh. Couldn't open that, whatever that was. To here. Into here. To here. To here? I don't know if this is right. I'm literally guessing. Okay. I think this is right. People are talking.
Those humans will do anything for this boy, I swear. We have to make this one an example to the others.
I thought that was going to be my pistol and that would have been a nice headshot, but here we are. Come on. Bruh. Okay. Thank you for the ammo. Can you stop? Stop! Oh my god.
I worked 47 days straight without time off, and now there's humans in the prison below.
Oh wow.
There's 300,000 people in this
Humans in the prison. Wow. He is not happy about his job. He does not like his job.
There's a shuttle incoming. Clear the hangar bay.
No. Okay, goodbye. Don't know who that just was, but no thanks. What does this do? What did I just do?
Access is restricted. Enter authorization code.
Oh. Down? Do you grab these? Okay, now what do? Lift these? First, I would be thinking of a different movie, but I know I ended up watching a little bit of a movie with a smart house, and it was like literally how much people are playing with AI. This isn't completely off the table at some point. Smart House was a show. It was a movie. It's a Disney Channel movie in like the early 2000s, late 90s, and oh wait. What? How do I get it to go down? And it was like a family who like got like a smart house or whatever, and it like destroyed their lives and shit. What the hell? How do I get over there? Do I have to go? Hold on. I can't get back down here though. What? So if I jump down, okay. Oh, maybe it'll let me back up. Okay, I don't know what the hell happened there, but she just like really like slid down that. Okay, what is this lag? This game is 37 years old. Like, chill. Holy shit.
Our convoy intercepts paid off. We picked up a message to the Alliance coming from somewhere in the asteroid belt. We listened to the feed until we discovered an... This one's apparently the American.
You guys are so fun. Thank you.
Humans still won't tell us where their base is.
Oh, hi, lady.
We'll find it. I'll ask you again. Where is your base?
You're wasting time. The Reapers are coming.
The Reapers are coming here, to this relay.
Every moment you keep me here brings them closer.
So why should let you go destroy the relay then? Just destroy this system.
Do what you want to me, Batarian. Torturing me won't save you.
No, but it'll amuse me because I'm a piece of garbage. Brah. Oh. Maybe... Maybe let's interrupt that from happening.
What are you doing, Dr. Kenson? I'm Commander Shepard. I'm here
Teens
to
on
get
some
you out.
trip and like half the
Come on
group
to
were really cool about
Shepard.
the house, which
I heard you were
could lock all
alive.
entrances in that
Hackett
crap.
must have
No, it
received
was
my
definitely a
message.
family. It was like a family, and like I'm pretty sure it was one of the Taj Mowry, I think, was one of the kids.
We're not safe here.
You know, like
Can you
Tia and
walk?
Tamara Mowry's brother.
I'm fine. Just give me a moment.
We have to go. Now.
If we can find a console, I can hack security. Make us an escape path.
Sure, that sounds like a totally normal plan that won't waste time.
Then we'll find one. Go.
Oh.
Ready.
Ryan Merriman was in Smart House. That's right. Learn your decoms, I know. Listen, I remembered that, first of all, Ryan Merriman, Luck of the Irish. I remembered that Katie Seagal was the house, though.
This is a cell block. There should be a security console here somewhere.
Access is restricted. Enter authorization code.
No shot! Ha!
I know it's neither Katie Seagal nor Ryan Merriman, but do you guys remember Small Soldiers? I feel like Small Soldiers definitely needs some more appreciation. You're like, no! I gotta correct her right the fuck now. Wow, okay. Kirsten Dunst, though? That's a good movie. He turns into the spoiler. I love Small Soldiers. You don't like Kirsten Dunst? You're not a fan of Kirsten? Whoa, lag.
They know we're here.
All
Keep
right.
them off me
Yeah,
while I
we're
hack
definitely
the way
gonna
out.
have to call it after this because I'm gonna have to restart my whole computer. This is the lag is atrocious.
I need cover.
Cute. Cute. Can I fucking aim, please? What is going on? Bro, what is with early 2000s games and they just like
They're coming through that door
have
in the back.
no
Lock it
idea
down.
how to give you like aim down scopes? What are you saying, bitch? What? What did you say?
We need to close the door we came in
Excuse
through. Keep
me,
them out.
I can't see. Oh, get over here. No, get over here, you dumb bitch. Oh my god.
We need to close the door we came in through. Keep them out.
What the fuck do you think I'm doing? Like, am I on vacation?
Get that door closed.
What door? Isn't that what you're doing at the little computer? What fucking door?
Get that door closed.
I swear to God, bitch. Come on, pop your head out. Oh, nice. God, get out. Let's
Get
go this
that
way.
door
I'm fucking trying. What goddamn fucking door? Ah, get out of cover! Alright, so she's like, close the door, but like, what one? And like, where? And like, how? Oh, here. Okay.
They're coming up from below. Other side.
Oh
go.
no, she's gonna get shotted while I'm running. Oh, I'm lagging. I love that. Yay. Love lag. Yay. Okay, hi, I'm here. Oh my god. There's so much ammo everywhere, which is really nice. Bruh. Yeah, I knew it. It got stuck on, like, the corner of that thing. That's bullshit. Granted, I should have known you weren't talking about the same thing. We're talking about Disney. Hey, Disney can do AI murder house if it wanted to.
Shields have failed.
Shields haven't failed. You're just getting shot at multiple times, lady.
Unlocking all doors to the hangar. Still need more time.
Oh my god, this guy just needs to stand up. Come on. More? You are kidding me. Frozen. Look at he fell over. Oh, come on.
Bringing down their orbital tracking network.
There's no way I needed one more shot in that reload.
Watch the other side. More enemies on the elevators.
What does that mean? Elevator! Oh my god, the reload on this is just like... It's fast, but it's not fast enough. You know? Like... Oh, come on. Come on, stick your head back out. Come on. No way.
There's an elevator that leads up to the hangar. I'll bring it down to us. Almost done.
This lady. This lady.
Oh.
People.
No shields.
Oh my god, no kidding, no shields, because you won't take cover ever. Heal, heal, heal. Thank you. This one does like way better than the other like machine guns, but I feel like it just flies through ammo.
That did it. Let's move.
Oh, okay, that did it. Let's go. What door did you just open, lady? Oh, you made a bridge. Cute.
Oh, one last
Okay, bye.
thing. The hangar doors are hard locked. We'll have to get those
great.
open the old-fashioned way.
Leave that to me.
Oh, I shook my helmet off. Okay. No lag. Love lag.
Gotcha.
Love lag. I love lag. See them? Hello? Hello? Oh my gosh. Is this it, really?
We have to break the locks on the bay door.
Why? And what doors? Wait, no! 100 waves complete. Can close door now. No, I just died. I think we're right here, though. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, why? Okay. I was like, I can't stand up. So, what, like, but what hangar doors? Like these ones? Get out! Ooh, bad news bears. Right, it's one guy. He's like bobbing and weaving all over the place. Come on! Okay. Alright. So, how,
This might be useful.
how do we force the bay doors open? What? Like that? Ah.
We have to break the locks on the bay door.
Okay, now do we go? There we go. Why did you guys wait so long? Toasty.
Engaging autopilot. We should be well out of range before they get their security measures unscrambled.
Do you think they'll come after you?
I'm not taking any chances. Batarians don't take kindly to humans who plan to destroy their mass relays.
So the charges against you are true?
Well, to be fair, that's about half the story. My
Oh.
people and I were here investigating rumors of Reaper technology out in the fringes of this system.
I guess you found something.
We found proof that the Reapers will be arriving in this system. When they get here, they'll use its mass relay to travel throughout the galaxy. We call it the Alpha Relay. From here, the Reapers can invade anywhere in the galaxy.
So you decided to destroy it?
Exactly. Doing that would stop the Reapers' invasion. Even at FTL speeds, it'd be months or years before they got to the next relay. We came up with what we just called the Project.
a plan to launch a nearby asteroid into the relay and destroy it before the Reapers could arrive. Of course, the resulting explosion would probably wipe out the system.
Interesting.
How did you plan to launch an asteroid into a mass relay?
Moving an asteroid just requires thrust and guidance, which are readily available in Omega's salvage yards. Get the right amount of power and a good VI to drive it, and you can pretty much just point and shoot.
I've always heard that mass relays are indestructible.
I've heard that too, but I think it's more that nobody's willing to find out what happens when one is destroyed. And, well, we plan to slam a small planet into the thing at very high speed. By our calculations, that's more than enough.
Oh.
Is the project still operational?
I imagine it is. We were one button press away from launch when the Batarians arrested me.
How were you caught?
We've been smuggling Starship parts from Omega. Thrusters, guidance, and aftermarket ESO core. The Batarians thought that looked suspicious. A few days ago, I took a few of the men on a scouting trip, and the Batarians pounced on us. They never found our actual base.
That's good, then.
Why do you think destroying the mass relay would destroy the entire system?
Mass relays are the most powerful Mass Effect engines in the known galaxy.
Oh, they said it!
The energy released from a relay's destruction would probably resemble a supernova. This is a remote system, but just over 300,000 Batarians live on the colony where they held us. The explosion would undoubtedly kill them all.
I still don't see how you learned about this supposed invasion.
The evidence came from what we call Object Rho, a Reaper artifact we discovered among the asteroids near the relay itself. When we get back to Arcturus Station, I'll explain everything and provide copies of all our notes on the artifact.
What's a Reaper artifact?
I feel like I did so much dialogue this
Or
stream,
even what its
guys.
purpose is. Some things are just too old or large to comprehend. Even a Reaper thousands of years dead contains power. Their artifacts are worthy of study, regardless of their purpose.
How exactly does a Reaper artifact give you proof of an impending invasion?
It showed me visions of the Reaper's arrival. Much like your Prothean beacon, I imagine. The Reapers are coming, Commander. That much I know for certain.
If you're working near a Reaper artifact, how have you avoided indoctrination?
We've been very careful. We know what we're dealing with. You're not speaking to a child, Shepard. I saw what Sovereign did at the Citadel. Trust me, I know what's at stake.
The stakes are too high. If you were willing to destroy a whole system over this, I want to see your proof.
Yeah.
I guess I can't argue with that. Give me a moment. Kenson to Project Base.
Good to hear your voice, Doctor. You coming home?
Affirmative. And I've got Commander Shepard with me.
Shepard? Really?
Tidy up the lab. The Commander needs to confirm the artifact.
Right. I'll get everything set up for your arrival. Project Base out.
Sketch.
All set.
Super sketch.
Just sit back and relax. We'll be there in no time.
I like her little cutout on her lower back to show off her tramp stamp that
Here
she's
we are.
probably planning on getting.
Welcome to Project Base.
What's this?
That's our countdown to arrival. When that gets to 0, the Reapers will have come. Just over 2 days and counting. Puts things in perspective, doesn't it?
How do you know that's an accurate countdown?
It is. The artifact has been giving off pulses at definite intervals.
Thanks for
since we
story
found
time.
it.
Yeah, no shit.
The intervals have been decreasing at a steady rate. The artifact is reacting to the Reaper's proximity. In just over 48 hours, the pulses will become constant, and the Reapers will be here.
You're saying the Reapers could be at Earth in 2 days? There's no time to waste.
Then let's show you that proof. That door exits the hangar. The artifact is in our central lab area.
All right. This is where we're calling it because I think I fucked up and I think I progressed the story, which I didn't mean to do. Yeah, see. Oh wait, maybe I haven't. Oh, maybe I haven't. So what is this quest that I'm fucking doing now? This one? Ah, yeah. Okay. All right. Perfect. Perfect. All right. All right, guys. This is where I'm calling it. Should be a stream tomorrow. There should be a stream tomorrow. I am going to be setting up my new monitor, so hopefully that won't take very, very long. And stream will still be, you know, on time and all that. But I do have to take all 4 monitors down and rearrange them. So there might not be a stream tomorrow, but I plan on streaming tomorrow. I've been feeling better since I switched to my new medication, or switched, not new medication, but my dose got increased. Sorry, I just hit my mic. I've been feeling better. I've been having a little bit more energy. So fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for being here. If your sinuses can hold up, that's also true as well. I'm not going to raid out. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you all have a wonderful night.